base in the mountains, yes. So if things seem a little different, they are. And I'm going to rearrange my side monitor desk thing here for just a second so that I can... Yeah, that'll be better. All right. Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's good. And I hope everything is streaming well. I'm just going to Alt-Tab over it. Just check out. Yes, that looks good. And so does that. Right. So, hello everyone. Yes, I know I'm futzing about here at the start of it, so I think we will make an episode here. I hope, yeah, the audio looks like it should be good. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is, of course, Gamer 1745 here with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron 4's Black Ice. This is the current main release version, and of course we're playing as Germany. Now, if you look at the last episode and see that things are a little different, that's because Gamer screwed up just a little bit. Well, to let you guys in, I'm at a secret mountain base. That's where I'm both streaming from and making these episodes currently. And I forgot to bring with me my saves. So I had to just replay it on my own, which didn't take too long. It goes faster when I play on my own. To about the same date. So it's going to be similar. I've made, I think, similar choices. So it's not the same. So we will continue here. We are operating still in Spain here. So yeah, let's, I'm going to turn down the audio just a little bit. Master. Not that far. Just a little bit. Okay, so we got our mountain troops. Push in there. Push in there. I don't know if we should bring our panzers back. Now let's just try this. Hey, Turnlow, how you doing? And good morning to you. Yeah, I got the word typos are fine. Trying to surround Barcelona here. They keep bringing in some reinforcements.
Ausrücken! Unter Beschuss!
Let's pretend the reinforcements coming from this side at least. Okay.
Ausrücken!
That's,
Ausrücken!
okay, maybe we should have the panzers up here.
Ausrücken!
So, hit the pause button. Hey, Sing, how you doing? I'm certainly trying to crush the pocket. Well. That's the one we just achieved, which gets us synthetic rubber, synthetic refineries. The military factories, I think, would be nice. 32 days. Hey, IKB, how you doing? Okay, well. Little Justin 37, we just got that. I think it was. I'm doing well. And Starstreak, and hello to you. Yeah, I'm doing well. Those just arriving, I'm up in my secret mountain base. Streaming to you, so it's a bit different here. Using my laptop. Well, is there okay, we're doing the air one. How doctrines. Do we care on this playthrough much about destroyer doctrine? Submarine doctrine, we're already down here, which is 36. So I guess we could do that. You're attacking my division as it's trying to move. Supply transportation. I don't care about Kubo. Why would I put issue an ultimatum? Okay, well. Supply grace, sours. Fuel capacity, fuel capacity up. Strategic redeployment. Yeah, let's do this. On vacation? Not really. Just got a lot of things I gotta need doing up here. Building my base, as it were. Well, even if they were to take this position here, they've got a long ways to go to hook back up the pocket. So I'm not afraid if we lose that. And in fact, if we did lose one, that would just spread them thinner without getting them any real advantage. Okay, let's get some heavy fighters here.
Angetreten.
Okay, reorganize yourself. We get pretty good. We should be in relatively good supply. Yeah, that's pushing it a tiny bit, but otherwise we're in good supply.
Angetreten. Angetreten.
Communist coup in Ecuador.
Alright.
Civilian work too. Alright, that's good. Okay, so civilian works too, which we got that. That helps weekly stability plus 10%, because I'm still worried about stability long term. Obviously, right now we are doing pretty good. Schools, right. Some of these I want to get down. The base construction speed, repair, that would be nice, but I mean, all of these are functionally nice, but what do we want to do first? Hey, Frog Eyes! And we have to put refineries online to get their production. Okay. For some reason there's this sort of, I don't know if it's a bug or just the way things work here. Okay, I think this is just a chart showing things, meaning I don't think there's anything for me to do here. We have steel production, and if you're talking refineries for like steel, yes, here, aluminum, synthetic fuel production, okay, that's probably what we're talking about. And, oh, those are a bunch of the new ones, because we had been running it too. Right. Thank you, Frog Eyes. Frog Eyes has been very helpful in playing through this. So we've got these, and we can also do more. One more rubber loom, which will help us there. Very good. And see if we have them. Yeah. Now, I've just started to produce military refineries, but I think I'm going to produce another, or not refinery, production facility. Factory, civ factory. Okay. Yes, we could do Miller fighters. And I am somewhat compelled to do that. We still need to really start building up our military. Okay, we're way down on horse transport. I'm still... I don't know if Frog Eyes or somebody else could tell me. Is horse transport used for anything other than as part of... No, I didn't mean to. Just here, yes. Well, that's yeah, and I haven't reset it over to other than what I know this is a motorized thing, but other than what you find in a division, you know, a unit on the map. Because if it's just used here, wagons aren't that hard to build. I don't think they were. It's horses, and I would rather have an what am I looking up? An on-map solution that would just generate horses at a certain rate, and maybe whether it be a decision, a national focus, or a tech that would increase or increase horse production. I don't think anybody would try to decrease it for themselves. Okay, we can motorize. Yes, we have that, and we. Well, in essence, yes. They made a big deal out of it in Germany during this time period. So, yes. As opposed to factories, wagon factories or horse factories. Beyond refrigeration, very nice. Yeah, we probably want that. Right, okay. Building the carts, not the horses. I get that. How do I put this? We're having 4 factory units build horse carts. Yeah, building 7 a day versus 5. And this very well may be meaning 70 a day, and this may be meaning 50 a week. The numbers, I don't know. Because 3 factories making 1.5 trucks a day. How granular are the factories? Oh, we need to, okay. Yeah, we don't have any radio equipment here, so we are going to try to get it. So, yeah, and I get, but I think from all of my reading, it was the horses that were the bottleneck, not the carts. And horses, yes, take up manpower, but don't take up like steel, that sort of strategic resource, really, I wouldn't say. Well, we're on the outside of Madrid now while we're pushing here. Madrid might be a bit more important, but... Okay, so that expands Opal work. Put you back into the front line here. And one thing is we can see up here at the top that we now just got 1 factory. Let's put 3 more in to get radios producing. And yes, I think another military factory here. Oh, we'll stick it out there just to disperse. Oh, and let's put another. There we go. Okay, so it established Volkswagen, a civilian factory, 2 engine works. Let's look outside of the industrial sector here for a moment. Not that we're going to do one outside. That is January 38, which is coming up soon, but I don't know that we'll immediately be able to do it. Okay. Well, new 1 days. There we go. Recon equipment. Signal companies.
Angetreten. Ausrücken. Kehle. Ausrücken.
The Hindenburg disaster. Oh my god, yes. It looks like a good game, IKB, the last train home. I'm not sure. Just yet, excuse me. It is dry up in my mountain lair, so I got a Coke here trying to rehydrate a bit. Okay, are we... No, we're gonna get more organized. You know... Yeah, we're gonna move you up here, and I'm gonna see about attacking there as a pinning move maybe next time. Okay, now, let's see. We need to get early radar for that. Okay, we're down at... Okay, we probably should see about... power plant here. And let's look at what we are lacking. Well, horse transport, as we've just been commenting. Heavy artillery. Transport trucks. Okay, let's do transport trucks. Yeah, I know some of these are a bit out of date. Not heavy, just regular transport trucks. Let's get that going. Right, light armor. This is what I was thinking of pursuing next here. Reorganizing. Having a bit of a supply problem, I see. Hopefully not too bad. Okay. Yeah, we'll withdraw our advisors from China.
Angetreten. Ausrücken.
How is our air war doing out here? Okay. We've taken a little bit of losses on our bunkers. What do they meet up with? Okay, couple of old, or 9 old Ju-52s and some HE-111s. Naval prizes, 1957.
Bereit. Befehle.
Advanced firing practical for ships. In this playthrough, ships in the sea are going to be very, very, I don't even know if they'll be secondary level of operations. We need them, but I don't plan on really pushing this sea war. 1,000 days. Maybe there's something more useful we could research. I don't know. Well, maybe we should just start researching 1941 submarine hulls. Yeah, let's just go for that. Including with USSR, we can help research some of the tanks. Okay. Let's come back over here to maybe. One days, 30 storage facilities. We are building up the fuel at the moment, which is good. Yeah, let's do KDF wagon. Hello, Hussein Ali. Well, thank you. I'm glad my Hearts of Iron 3 videos are helpful. Soviets accept the treaty. Very good. The collaboration is with the enemy here. These guys are already just moving in. So let's let them organize up a little bit. Okay, well.
Alright. Ausrücken. Ausrücken.
You attack it. Research slot because of the Soviet treaty. Back at tanks. Okay, I really am glad that the videos help people. I also hope they're entertaining too. Okay, so you can see here, we're all our little war out here in Barcelona. The rest of the Republicans are sort of crushing it here, which is good. And we can sort of see, yeah, maybe we should, let's see about, send an attaché. Okay, there we go. Now we can see a little better what's going on. More than just lines on the map. So, Japan has obviously the, I don't know, northeast China pretty well secured. You know, there's Beijing. And out here they don't yet have Nanking right there. No, it's not called that. They're pushing for Shanghai. And they have down here, so whatever you want to call this, coastal China. So they're doing all right there, it looks like. So I think we will continue with the Spanish War. We're not going to. Ground support, which is very, very useful. You can pick almost to here. So maybe we should go for another aircraft type. Let's do flying boats. And 110s are now researched. You're on 38, I know. Yeah, let's do better than 110s. What is our goal here? Well, our goal in Spain is to make sure the communists don't win and to grind up some units.
Alright.
And leaders now. Huh. Well, we'll just see this here. Limit is still 3.
Achtung!
Well, I think we'll just let this continue here. We could make him a combined arms expert. We could. Panzer expert. Or spearheads specialist. Yeah, let's do this. Yeah. Ooh, that's 3 days. Very good. Okay. That will help with the power some. I think just military factory. You want to get some of those aircraft in production. I think we should do trains. That was one of the things in my last playthrough weren't going so well. What about the heavy fighters? Private imports 2 rubbers for a few days. Okay, well, you know, let's just stop importing rubber then. I think we'll go to a slight negative. Yeah, but I think that's tolerable for now. Volkswagen, yay. Okay, synthetic rubber and Sonderkraft. Okay, synthetic rubber there. Okay, so we need to get this one first. So let's go here. Hey, Extreme Finger, and hello, Eric. How's it going? I'm doing well. Well, I think we're going to end this episode, not the live stream, everyone, so you guys can just hang loose. But those watching later on YouTube, thanks so much for getting this far into the video. If you're new around here, I hope I've earned you hitting that subscribe button. And everybody, I hope you can lick the like button. It is tasty. I know that. So, you know, and also posting comments. Love hearing from you. See you next time for more, yes, more Hearts of Iron. And then, yes, okay, let's make a save here and continue. Well, let's start the next episode. Yeah, much better internet here. I'll talk a little bit about that at the start of this next episode. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 coming from my secret base in the mountains. Yes, I have a secret base in the mountains. Got a couple little stories about that, and just before starting this episode here, this is you know, I record these right now as being live, at least mostly so. Mostly live, and ooh, they're really getting surrounded there. Well, I'm building this base up here in the mountains, you know, fortify myself with any coming disasters. But I needed to get better internet connection, had to work on that, and got that so that I could actually stream out for you. But 2 nights ago, you know, this isn't about the internet connection. I hear someone out just outside of my window, moving around, moving stuff around. So I'm wondering, who is this? You know, they've strayed onto my base. Somehow the alarms hadn't gone off. So I go out and to see who it is. Well, what do you know? It isn't a who, it's a what. And what's? Well, and I did sort of know that they were moving around the trash can, and it was a bunch of javelina. Yes, javelina. They're an American type of pig, and I had to look up some of the details. I knew what javelina were, but I did decide to look up some details after the encounter. They are an American pig, not descended from European pigs. So they're not technically pigs. I guess I should say they're not. They're not like a feral or European import. They are a natural animal here, and so somewhat diverged from that. And they're smallish for wild hogs, if you will, but they can be deadly. But so I was trying to chase them off a bit, not really hard, because I knew that they were sort of potentially rather dangerous. So just sort of good eating. I've not actually had javelina turn low, but I hear that they are. Years ago, one of my friends who I also worked with, the firearms industry, I think it was his uncle, had a sort of a hunting ranch, if you will, in which they stalked wild game on it. They would so it's semi-wild game, if you will. It's wild animals that were raised, not like in a farm situation, but just in large open areas that are fenced in to keep them in, if you will. And although that there were some being raised on where they were hunting, there was some land that was again fenced in, and they would buy the stuff and then charge hunters to come in and take it. And they definitely used to stock javelina, and yeah, they're sort of a pork-like animal tasting, I understand. And no, I didn't shoot them. Right now, well, there's several buildings, but unfortunately, all I had was one 1911, and I do mean a 1911, not 1911A1, with only 7 rounds in it. And yeah, even though I am up in the mountains in my secret mountain lair, it is technically within city limit. Now, if you're thinking some big urban sprawl situation, well, there's a little bit of that in this city here, but that's not right where I am. But it's still within city limits, and there's trees and there's rocks and rather wild stuff within city limits. So I was not necessarily just wanting to go boom boom in what is not truly the countryside in the legal sense. So yeah, I did not shoot them or something, but yeah, had an encounter with them up here. It was after dark, of course. But I invited them to leave, and they decided not to, and I decided not to push the issue. The fall of Shanghai. Okay. Well. Okay, we have some. Let's see, building choices. We got, yeah, I think more just mill factories here. Pushing that up to the max in that state, and it's just one more. Well, I think we want to get a lot of radios, because although it does not say we have a deficit of radios, but we've not been equipping any divisions with radios to have a deficit. So I think we will continue with that. So are we doing any good over here? Well, they just got Madrid surrounded. I know, obviously, we are battling some units that might be taken out to some other location, but I don't think that's doing enough good right now. Now, Barcelona might be the place for the Spanish capital to jump to if they lose Madrid. Okay, well, let's take a look here. We have Constantine van Rath, which helps us with political power, trade deal opinion, and daily opposition support. So, not that useful, actually. Or we can replace him with Joachim von Ribbentrop. Political power gain even greater, improves relations, opinion not. So, man, I don't know. I really want to do a minister's mod for this. I just got so much going on in my life right now. Building the secret base, worrying about some other stuff. It's taken a lot of time, so I don't know, because between the mod I did make for ministers way back when, don't ask for it, it wouldn't work with any version of Hearts of Iron 4 readily usable now. But it would be a starting place, along with dealing with some of the ministers from Hearts of Iron 3 and converting them. Wouldn't be that hard, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I want to take it on. Okay, what is Hussein Olivan? You advised me after I finished Hoi 3 to try Hoi 4. I played vanilla, but did not try Black Ice. I like... Okay. I like Hearts of Iron 4 better. Listen to me very carefully, everybody. I like Hearts of Iron 4 better than I like Hearts of Iron 3. I like Hearts of Iron 3 Black Ice better than I like Hearts of Iron 4. Okay. So if you added Black Ice and some of the other submods, I know TRE isn't really working with the latest versions of Black Ice. Not necessarily pushing that right now. I like that better than I like Hearts of Iron 4. Hearts of Iron 4 Black Ice is getting very good. I don't know if I like it better than Hearts of Iron 3 Black Ice. The reason I'm playing Hearts of Iron 4 Black Ice instead of 3 is I want to, before, and hi Lawless if you're watching. I do know I have a bunch of fans there. Yes, Arno is in his delusional state. He's either thinking he's Batman or Iron Man or something like that. Let me zoom out and get tired of the repetitive battle noises. Is that I want to build out and install that is, I don't know if it would be the latest version of Black Ice, but a more modern version of Black Ice. Make sure TRE works with it, see about what I want to incorporate from some of the other submods in it, and have a, I'm not like swearing never ever, but more or less one last greatest version of Black Ice for Hearts of Iron 3 with mods, and then do a German playthrough, and also try to do a multiplayer playthrough with other people playing other major nations. I would really love to do that, but that just and I've been wanting to do that for more than a year, but just things have been going on, and I just haven't built that out, so I haven't done it. I could just play Black Ice, Hearts of Iron 3 Black Ice. But this is getting good. This is getting good. Hearts of Iron 4 Black Ice. I'd probably still like 3 a little better, but they're different games. And no kick or rumble today, Arno. So, I mean, there's just wonderful things in Hearts of Iron 4 Black Ice. A lot of it is in now standard Hearts of Iron 4, but things like trains are in this. Things like you're producing things. I know I just said things twice, and a third time. As opposed to producing units, you are training units, but you're also producing rifles and tanks, and so there's a lot of really good. And the AI has gotten a lot better for Hearts of Iron 4, and the combat AI for Hearts of Iron 3 is not going to get any better. The supply problems in Hearts of Iron 3 aren't going to get any better. And although there are not supplies in Hearts of Iron 4, there are now with the trains, and I'm quibbling about how long it takes to build these supply hubs. Way too long, in my opinion. Way too long. But that does allow supply effects, because I have played a game pretty deep into the Soviet Union, and as we were getting out to Leningrad, Moscow, and didn't get to Stalingrad but Rostov on the Don, we were running into realistic supply concerns for the German army. So you no longer need a bunch of effects for invading the Soviet Union like Black Ice used to have for Hearts of Iron 3. You don't have the supply tax that supplies would come out to Berlin, and you'd lose 1% on each province it's going through. And then it would get out here, and then we don't need any supplies here. We'll send them back. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. We need supplies here now. Let's start sending supplies from Berlin to this new province, and never get there by the time you've moved on. So with here, these have become very strategic. I don't see a major problem. I'm not talking like pop up, 5 days and there's your supply dump, because we're talking about a supply dump not for a division really, but for cores or multiple cores, because we can look here, 36 divisions that these supply hubs would supply, and they're determined on how the trains are running, how big the train system is here. So and you could pop them up only along the rails to be effective. So it wouldn't be. It takes almost a year to build one of these things. So way too long. But I could see 40 days or even up to 60 days maybe to build the supply hub. So where a trickle of supplies are going to come across this level 1 railway. So if this supply hub here gets cut off from this side and the Soviets are trying to supply it, it's going to trickle supplies through here. And if we make the leap and get Kharkov, but don't get this connected through to the south back to Germany, or Orel connected up here, we're just going to be trickling supplies through Kharkov, maybe up to Vermansk. So it would be this sort of supply levels. So yeah, I think it works very well. And so yeah, Hussein, I hope that's helpful. I know I rambled on about a lot of different aspects here, but And unfortunately, it is not a clear, yes, play this over the other, vice versa. It used to be for me, early stages of Hoi 4, yeah, Black Ice was doing better. Okay, so political power gain, same ideology, opinion. Okay, I think we will replace them with Constantine Van Rath. And although we don't really need the stability or the political power will be useful, we're just going to do with the historical. I know I've talked a lot about that, so we're not going to go on. Still debating whether we should come back and help assault the capital or deal with some of these other pockets. The Nationalists are doing okay. We'll let that continue. We'll just continue to push out here. Signal company, great. Okay, we are 38 now. There. Yeah, we'll do static AAs. We need a lot more steel. So did we lose something that requires some steel? I don't know. Okay. Yeah, right now. Or do we just want to buy? Let's buy some iron. Yeah. Wait, okay, see, and guys, I'm not great at doing the math. Okay, so we are... Okay, we're getting... For one sieve factory, we're getting 32 iron. We would get 12 steel. Now we have 31 refineries, so we can do a lot of refineries. Takes up power. We're at 80. We're using 82% of our power here, capable. So we are not tapped out, but we do have a upper limitation here. I think it probably is better to do the importation of iron, but I'm not absolutely sure. Yes, okay, we'll do that. We'll let it go, day go by here. Let's take a look again. Okay, now we're actually at a positive of steel. So that's getting us a little better. There we go. Now, oil situation. I don't like that we're going down and we're not using a lot. I don't like that Romania is not. And I didn't try to snap it up at the first, but we should be getting more Romanian oil. I don't know who all their customers... Oh, well, yeah, we can just see here. Okay, well, Czechoslovakia and Poland will stop trading with Romania if we get rid of them as a country. If Romania comes to war with the French Republic or we take out France, they'll stop selling there. And the Swiss Confederation, well, yeah, okay. Let's add one more factory to there to try to make sure that we are. Well, now we're in a slightly positive realm. That's good. Okay. Those two are going to attack there to stop these guys. We're going to see if we can attack this way. Okay, 2 input of oil for 60 days. And improved tank design. Very good. Do 72, 60. Let's get the torsion bar going. Yeah, 3 rubber. Know about that. That's fine. Just looking through this. Added stability. We're going to keep pouring. Yeah, I know these guys are going to burn out fast. But yeah, we're probably not going to achieve our goal. Synthetic rubber refinery, yes. We want that. Hey, Rhaegar. Yes, very new economy, Rhaegar. System they've set up in Black Ice. It prevents starvation, water production, general stuff, oil and energy production. Stuff that Schultz has no clue how to do. Yeah. Yeah, the modern Germans don't know how to produce energy. That's true. Okay, power plant capacity, power plant construction speed. Chemical industry. Oh, liquefaction. General plastics. Lack of resource penalty down. Factory output up. Yeah, we like that. We'll do that. Yeah. Somehow the Republicans got Zaragoza. Okay, well, we're going to head back that way. I think that was a partisan outbreak, but I don't like them in our rear like that. Just a second. Hold on. Okay, so we just got medical research as well. So, more ration productions. That's very good. Yeah, let's do both of these here. And that.
Bereit! Ausrücken!
And the Panzer IIIe chassis. Check technology. Okay, well. Improved submarine tactics. Read introduction doctrine. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, well they took back Zaragoza. I guess we're gonna do some city attacks.
Achtung!
Oh, well, they just got Madrid. Okay. There we go. Okay, we're gonna do that. Alright, so our Spanish adventure is over. Yes, living in a yellow submarine. End of the Spanish Civil War, yep. And we need more. Alright, where do we want to get it? From the Dutch? Yeah, we'll get it from the Netherlands. And we can produce, well, we can build more factories, I should say. And I think maybe it should be more energy. Yes, and well, ooh, yes. Fall of Nanjing finally happened. Right, okay, now. With those to do yet. Yeah. Need. Okay, synthetic rubber, very good. What does it say for radios right now? Radio equipment. Okay, so we are producing some here. Well, let's get some of our aircraft. Action. To the top. New power plant, 22 days. Motorization, Sonderkraft. Yeah, let's do that. I think that's going to help us out with other things as well. We're going to skip these guys. Well, let's do medium bombers there. Put a factory out east. Now, I'm not training any divisions right now. We could talk about whether I should be training divisions. I just don't know, because we do have the historical divisions plopping down, and I'm not saying that that would be enough, but when, well, you know, yeah, we have 13,000 spare infantry equipment, but almost 14, but that's not that big of a cushion, so I don't necessarily want to hugely spam out units without equipment for them. I don't like doing that. Hey, crippled by inflation. We know how that feels. As Rhaegar was talking about with Scholz, forget his first name, one of the German political leaders, forget his exact post, current ones. Inflation. There's basically only two causes to inflation. At least one of them can have many sub reasons, but and this is, hey, hello, Hias3. How you doing? And this is a little bit of Gamers Lectures here on economy. The economy in, let's just say, in 1500 in Europe was pretty stable. And I'm just going to throw out a year date. Again, this is just commentary. No, you live in a submarine. Your house is underwater if you didn't do your whole dike thing there, Arno, and you know it. And let's just say 1550. Again, these dates aren't precise. There was massive inflation in Europe. Why? What had changed? Well, for the most part, in Europe, absolutely nothing. Everything was being made the same way, took the same amount of effort to make things. There wasn't really a significant shortage of anything compared to what it was 50 years earlier in 1500. But what happened between approximately 1550 or 1500 and 1550? Does anybody out there get the clues that I'm putting out as to what happened? Yes, you should be able to fish from your balcony. What happens in those 15 years or 50 years, or for sure somewhere by 1600? Does anybody know? IKB, and I was sort of counting on you, IKB, to know. Yes, and I would have to add gold and silver from the New World floods in. So, up until and through the 18th century, I do know the economy, because again, I've studied this in fairly significant detail. The economy up here was not a monetary-based economy, meaning money, primarily. It was bartering of goods. People would get, men primarily, but women would get silver coins and generally have them cast into buttons, and then they would sew them onto their clothing. Not just like random, like a huge extra buttons, like some waiter at some, diner or something that has lots of flair on it, but just they'd have silver buttons, and it was a way to keep track of their money. And if they really needed some silver money, not just copper money but silver money, they'd cut a button off and offer it to them as payment. But obviously you're not doing that multiple times a day or doing that often. It's just sort of if you need to. But much of Europe becomes even more, and so in 1500, because 1492 is maybe too big of a the New World. 1492 with Columbus, but it doesn't happen immediately with Columbus. It takes a few years for Pizarro and I forget some of the other conquistadors to come in and conquer Mexico and Peru and whatnot. So it takes a few years for the flood of gold and silver in. And so they're not producing any more wheat. And the expensive items, like spices that Columbus is going to China to try to get, and to India to try to get the spices that, get them to Europe across the ocean instead of transporting them, across the, oh boy, a blank, the Silk Road. Silk Road, that's the term I'm looking for. The Silk Road or whatever, coming across by caravans, and some of it coming via sea and through here. Trying to get another path to the east. Those spices are coming in at roughly the same amount. But now so many more people have so much more money to offer for the limited amount of goods, and there is no Silk Road thing. Yeah, I did get it, but thanks, IKB. If you're new around here, when I try to call up a proper name, whether it's like the Silk Road or a person's name, I can often picture it and know exactly what it is, but for some reason I'm mind blocked briefly on proper names of things. So there, and sure, at one particular season or year, you may have, bad crops, either too much rain or too little rain or whatever. That's all happening as the normal flow of things anyways. But there is no real great uptick in wars that are destroying everything. It's really just the massive inflood of money into, as coinage. And it's coming through the Habsburg Empire at the time, which at that time is still all of the, the Netherlands is, Belgium and the Netherlands, it's Spain, it's Austria, and it's other places as well too. This is, and of course, moving into the New World, this is the Habsburg Empire, We often and at that point it's really located centrally in Spain. Is where it's located, and not in Vienna. So you get this flood of money, and everything goes up just because there's more money. Things cost more because there's more money floating around in it. So with the monetary practices of many Western governments through COVID was to pump, and there had been before COVID, pump money into the economies. And now with the war production and spending of large amounts of money, particularly have been in Ukraine, that's also inflationary, because war production is not something really, that people buy. Yes, their tax money goes to buying weapons and whatnot, but the average person doesn't. So the worker gets payments of cash, but is there what is he going to spend it on? So there's a lot more money being pumped into the system. So there's a lot of money being pumped into the system right now in the world is going on. So that drives up that's inflationary, just because not just the desire, the quote unquote demand for items goes up, but the flood of money it gets dumped into a system, and that increases inflation. The other reason inflation happens is because of cost of manufacturing or transportation. I mean, this is the one that can easily be broken down into many subcategories. The cost of goods goes up, and not just because there's more money in the system, so somebody wants to work less or not work as hard. No, it's physical cost of your items. And so the one thing that they're doing right now, all of the major world governments in the, shall we say, Western sphere, are making all of the costs go up because of energy. They are trying to import cheap labor from not the first world, whether all the other nations are third world nations or not could be argued, but trying to import cheap labor to keep some of the costs down. But energy costs are spiraling. Where I normally am, not in my secret base currently, but where I normally am in California, they have not approved a new power plant in forever. They have allowed some expansion to a few of the power plants. They've shut down the nuclear power plants, and we could debate whether they should or should not shut down the particular nuclear power plants, because one, they're old technology, and other earthquake-related type reasons. Think Fukushima, but not really. There's two types of earthquakes. Generally, well, there's multiple types, but there's two big types. One in which plates, under the surface, are rubbing against each other, and another one is where one plate goes over the top or under the other one. Okay, so going over it. Well, if they're just going against each other, rubbing, I know we're talking a lot of subjects here, rubbing against each other, they just cause an earthquake that happens. If one is going down or coming up, and it's underwater, not if it's on land, but if it's underwater, that creates not just the earthquake, but the tidal wave that comes in. And that's what really did the real damage at Fukushima, was that tidal wave. And in California, we only have slip faults. that are rubbing against each other. We don't have subduction faults or volcanic faults that are, an underwater volcano or something that either collapses or builds up that would create a tidal wave. So we don't have tidal waves here. So it wouldn't be the exact Fukushima situation, but it would be earthquakes could be a problem. So, and they're also, so they're not adding more power plants. Technically you could say, they are, gamer. Yeah, some they're doing wind power plants. The others are, hey, everybody have a house, put a solar panel on it, and that could be considered a mini power plant, if you will. But they're not doing big, efficient power plants, shall we say. And this is a government policy. This is not a supply and demand policy, because if you remember back, Obama was saying, you can have a coal power plant if you want, but we're going to make it too expensive to run, so you'll decide to shut it down. We won't force you to shut it down by passing a law. We will just add on regulations that will shoot up the cost of running your coal power plant. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but I'm getting the correct sentiment if I'm not getting the quote correct, and I know I'm not getting the quote correct. So this is a government policy that has not substantially changed. And I know this is also going on in your European countries that are watching. Well, they've also added a lot of additional regulations. We could talk about, maybe some of them are actually good and should happen, but a lot of additional regulations to coal mining as well as the coal plants. So some of the coal plants coal mining has shut down, actual mines. Others haven't. Well, why, gamer? If coal power plants you're not going to build more coal power plants, and you're shutting down coal power plants because of additional regulations, because all these things are marginal in profitability anyways, and if they throw on a few regulations that require you to, in essence, rebuild your power plant, and you're going to take 20 years to then see a profit from your rebuilt power plant, and who the hell knows in the next 10 years what other additional regulations you may make. So you're just dumping, money into a hole that you're never going to get profitable. So, why would they still be pumping out so much coal? China. America is now exporting huge amounts of coal to China for their coal power plants that are dirtier than what they were prior to Obama coming into power in the United States. I don't know how much dirtier than they were, say, during the Bush administration or the Carter administration. I don't have all those technical details. But they're definitely dirtier than the Obama, pre-Obama stuff, because I've had friends that living in Beijing, not currently, but just back in 2021 or 2022 or so. So Americans living in Beijing talking about the pollution levels coming in and whatnot. So they're, these may be more like 1950s, or they may be like 19th century level pollution coal power plants. I don't know. So if you're really worried about greenhouse gases, well, why don't you, and I get the idea, clean your own backyard up before you worry about other people's backyards. So you get your ducks in the line before you start waving fingers at others. I get that point. But if you're really worried about it, why don't you, shut down exportations of coal to China? Well, maybe now that I'm saying this, they'll think about doing it, but they're not. So they really don't care about greenhouse gases. It's just their policy is to make energy more scarce, more expensive, whether it's oil, whether it's coal. And IKB did say wind and solar are not reliable. True. They are very useful in in several factors, wind and solar. They are useful for decentralization of power and for power in, shall we say, more remote locations. So that, if you're building a secret mountain base and you have some solar panels or a windmill that you can put up, with a generator, you don't have to be on a big electric grid. Or even if you are part of the electric grid, because much of America, including in rural America, has, significant electrical grid connectivities. If the central power goes down just because there's a power outage and you got solar or you got wind, hey, you still got power. So, it's not a should not do. It's just should not, on a large scale, rely upon it. And even if you have enough solar panels on your house to provide all the electricity you need in both summer and winter, summer I'm particularly thinking, air conditioning plus your computer plus all your electronic appliances all using power all at once, even if you have enough to power that all the time and maybe actually giving power back to the power company, I'd still want to be connected to the power system just in case something is going wrong. So it's not a technologies that I am against. I am just thinking they shouldn't rely upon it. Coal is infinite, or coal is finite. He's saying, yeah, in a practical, yeah, coal is finite, but I don't think we're seeing anywhere near the end of it. And he says atoms are forever. Well, our fission, not fusion, fission atoms are also finite because of our fuel situation. I don't know how much fuel we can generate. Uranium and plutonium and whatever other oniums that are used in power plants. Now, if we can crack, and this is where I want to go, and I know all this, everyone else thinks it may be science fiction, but a fusion power plant, and we're getting closer and closer, then that is sort of infinite power. There is one other power source that, again, it needs something of a technical breakthrough to make it feasible. Is hydrogen. Because my understanding is, and I'm not well versed on it, but my understanding is the amount of energy it takes to separate the hydrogen from the oxygen in water molecules, you do not, and then burning the hydrogen and oxygen, you do not get a net benefit out of energy currently, meaning it's either equal to or takes more energy in the separation than you will later on using it. But hydrogen, if we can crack that, is, yeah, technically it's finite, but practically it's infinite amount of hydrogen out here that we could burn it. Oh, what would be, yeah, let's go. What would be 10 centimeters of ocean water volume taken away from the surface of the ocean? How much volume of hydrogen would you get? And all of that. And hey, that'll deal with any global warming ocean rise problem, because we'll just burn up the ocean, as it were. So yeah, we should be looking at using more. I'm an advocate for more power usages, not less. But they are working by policy to make energy rarer and more expensive. And then those two things, well, rarer does make it more expensive, but make it more by adding regulations. They're making energy cost more to make. And by doing that, and some of their policies, they're also like shutting down coal plants or not using coal energy. They're making it rarer to get energy. So that's going to drive up the cost of things, because whether it's moving your cars being around truck, rail, or ships, your products around, or your food, or just keeping the lights on in a farm building or something like that, that's all just driving up energy costs. Everything costs, everything out there has an energy cost, because even if it's just a human doing something, again, there's going to be lighting or other electric uses around them potentially. I mean, yeah, maybe it's a cold enough place that you don't need air conditioning even in summer, but your energy is going to be your heating, whether it's wood or a coal burning fire or something, because it's going to get cold enough. So anywhere you're producing, anything you're producing, it needs some level of energy, including energy to, say, feed, getting the food to the person, or moving some of the products around. So fusion has been 20 years away for 60 years now. Yeah, I know, IKB, but I have been watching some videos in the last 6 months or so, how they are actually making sort of fusion work more than a brief, millisecond. So it is getting closer. Hello, Stokes Poppy. Sorry, I don't know how I'm supposed to pronounce that, but back to you. So thanks for being here. So yeah, their policies, instead of having abundant energy, they're trying to ration energy, trying to consume less energy. And so that's those two things, pumping in lots of extra money into the system and making energy costs go up, is what is creating our inflation. Well, very good. I love having people here live. So if you want to ask questions either about what we're talking about now or something else that you might not normally be able to ask, live, or when I'm not live, please do so. So yeah, energy, and inflation, and we just again got on this topic because I saw the thing pop up about France, that inflationary situations, and I really don't know about France's inflation, why it was happening then in 1938. Germany's inflation back earlier, not at pre-Hitler, was a product of the post-World War setup, in which you had huge reparations, maybe well-deserved, but huge reparations put on Germany. And they needed not, Deutschmarks or whatever. They needed money to pay these. So America, collectively, had lots of money left over from making money in World War I, selling food, because a lot of the farmers in places like France or Russia or wherever that might have been producing excess food were being soldiers. So America was producing huge amounts of food, and that was the first depression that happened in the 20s. Was all these farmers during World War I were making huge amounts of money, so they took out loans, mostly on a smart reason, to buy farm equipment and something, to improve their stuff, or maybe buy more farms, or more farmland, or whatever it was, taking out loans. And when the market, two elements: one, the end of World War I, and two, the pandemics happened, the market for their food collapsed, so they couldn't keep paying for their farm equipment. That created a brief but very heavy depression, brief one, and then there was the later one that happened, that was the Great Depression. But America, banking and big systems, also selling armaments to everybody, including the U.S. government, but to everybody else. So they were, flush with cash, and they bankrolled Germany's reparations, in that they gave their dollars, pounds, whatever, to Germany in loans, not give, but loan them, to then pay off France and Britain, and maybe America too, with the idea that over time not immediately, but over time they would be repaying these loans, and that is in essence the uh, how Germany ends up economically collapsing in trying to deal with paying off these loans, keeping the system going and flooding in. It becomes hyperinflation. Is that internally the internal economics are affected by this, and instead of like, oh hey, the government needs to pay out X amount of money, well, we'll just print more money, so they just dump money into the German economy, um, and that's what causes the sort of economic collapse that goes on in Germany and other places. I don't know specifically. By 1938, America is sort of a little bit digging its way out of the Great Depression. It really, there's a lot of economists, and I'm not a deep economist on the stuff, but reading around, it's starting to dig itself out at this time, but it's really once, 1940 happens and Europe is at war. That's when America really starts to come out of the Depression. Again, it was sort of heading that way anyways, but the war really accelerates it in that they can now, small airplane companies can now hire a lot of people because they're going to sell airplanes to Europe or other things like that. So there's a lot of reason for that happening. But we're going to end on this economics lesson. And if I get something wrong, please, post below. Yeah, Marcel, sort of he did. FDR, he said, made the Depression worse. FDR's policies, in short, did two things. One, unlike the earlier one under, I think it was Coolidge, that was brutal but brief, FDR's policies made the Depression softer for the average person. Because the Depression, I'm getting more history, also happens at the same time of a Dust Bowl. Using European farming technique in the American sort of west of the Mississippi, the Great Plains, deep plowing without certain other elements to it, created the Dust Bowl. And that also contributes to the Depression as well. But FDR, well, I don't know that he was a Stalin lover, but he was a big government lover and whatnot. We can talk about some of the stuff. I don't think he loved Stalin. I don't think he loved Stalin. But he was definitely a progressive, absolutely. But what he does is he makes it, sets up the elements of the welfare state for America. And so he cushions it for the average American, for the people who are out of work. So it's not as brutal a depression for the American people, but he definitely extends the length of the depression. So I think it would have been more brutal, but much shorter, I think. And we can talk, and people who know a lot more than me could talk about it in more detail and debate the issues. But I think it could have been more brutal for the workers, but shorter and get out of it. And I'd have to look at some of the international elements too to really know that. But he's definitely doing a lot of stuff to make it last longer, just by adding all the policies that he was doing. So yeah, okay. So everyone, thank you so much for being here. Really do appreciate it. See you next time for more. Yes, even more Hearts of Iron. And click. Okay, we're going to keep going here, everyone. Just stopping, making a save, and making an episode. So yeah, no, you, Marcel, yeah, you're right. He definitely, I'm not a big FDR fan, by any means. Probably, I'm gonna, I would say about half of what FDR does during the Depression is positive and good, considering the situations as they were then. Um, and about half of them really stifle the economy getting out of the Depression. So I would say it's about a 50-50 thing, because you really, the the Dust Bowl out there was just so brutal, just literally killing huge numbers of people if they didn't flee, and I think still killed huge numbers of people. Um, and to the point that good old 19th century America kind of thing is, well, yeah, charity will take care of these people. No, it was just too big of a shock to the system that people were going to die without government aid and support. And the government did have the practical ability to aid and support the people. You can look at a situation, and I'll look at something like China at this time, during the Civil War period in the 20s or the 30s, which was until a bit more of a peaceful era. There just really isn't the structural setup for the government to be able to, step in and big government and feed everybody. It's just not structurally or practically there. And so when something like, some of the tragic things happen, well, lots of people die. The government can't do anything about it. But if you're talking about America, again in the late 1920s, early 1930s, and because they did do it, so we know they could. They have the ability through government programs, through government aid, to make sure everybody's fed so that people aren't starving. And if your government, and if that situation happens, the government should step in. They should. I am not an absolutist on any policies. So but FDR definitely sort of takes the Wilson viewpoint and some of the modern viewpoints, shall we say, have never let a crisis go to waste to dramatically increase the welfare state. So it is definitely a situation that they push things very hard. So yeah. Certain relief programs I would definitely support. Other stuff, they step in under FDR. The Commerce Department is only the federal government is only supposed to regulate commerce between states. Well, they would say something like some local farm down here needs to follow the federal government program, because theoretically, someone could get that produce and sell it in another state, down in North Carolina from Virginia. But maybe that farm was literally only setting up, could be and there was one case that made it to the Supreme Court, I forget which state, in which somebody was in a large backyard, shall we say, maybe even an acre of land, but not a huge thing. And all they were doing was trying to sell stuff out of the front of their home. They weren't, so locals or maybe travelers would buy their produce. Well, because it could theoretically, air quotes, be interstate commerce, and this has held true ever since. The federal government gets to regulate this as opposed to state governments. And some of my liberal relatives and others, well, don't you want safe foods? The FDA, regulates all the meat, meat packing and all this other stuff. I go, yeah, I want safe foods. And if we're talking about a major corporation that is meat packing in one state and shipping out to 4 or 5 other states, yeah, I want federal inspectors in there to make sure the food is safe. But if it is truly a only regional setup, well, don't you want safe foods? Well, yes. Can't state health food inspectors deal with this? Why does it always need to be the federal government? Because the federal government, on the scale of the United States, is always going to make a rule that is great up here, maybe okay down here, and terrible out here. Because it's one set of rule for whatever it is. And so it's never going to be right. Now, if you're talking on a smaller scale, a lot of these other countries, well, okay, Austria, yeah, it probably should be mostly federal, overall, because it's a smaller country. But still, you can overregulate, overdo stuff, and so you need to watch that. And that's I guess, in a nutshell, I am not a purist of any of the isms, of capitalism or socialism, and so you can look back to pre-socialism, pre-capitalism, because capitalism is a economics theory based in reality. But pre-industrial economics, shall we say, economics without much money going on, like we can look at the Middle Ages, which has, shall we say, has collectivist elements, shall we say. I don't know if they would be socialist, but collectivist as in a community, as a collective. And if you look at the Dark Ages and Middle Ages, you need to collectively work together on things. So because the people from the other valley or from 100 miles away will come in on their horses and just steal and burn everything if you don't collectively protect yourselves. So there are elements like that. And so that is where, I don't want to set up a big socialist system, and that is not the end goal ever for me. Like a lot of progressives, like FDR is a progressive, and that ultimately, whether it's communism or whatever you want to call it, they definitely want a big state-run social type economic system. I don't want that as the end result. I want a competitive system with a social welfare safety net, either for people in their normal lives, like in America here, we have both welfare and unemployment insurance. Welfare is for if you're poor and you need government assistance. Unemployment insurance, well, not just unemployment, that you get is if you lose your job, you'll have like 90 days, though under COVID they extended it to a year or more. You'll have 90 days of getting paid from the government, with the idea that is a cushion to find a new job. But while you had your job, you actually paid into the system. So it's not a pure, sucking off the government teeth. It's more the government forcing you through their system to save money by dumping it into the government system, to then if you lose your job, you'll have this cushion. So, so whether you have, normal churn of jobs and periodically out of work and then get a new job and go on and continue being productive in a generally capitalist system, or the Dust Bowl in which everything is just because the farms are just gone, so the shops have no one to buy anything from them, even if the people are still there, because they just have no money. And it just collapses everything. You need to have that sort of safety net to deal with the economic collapse that we would hope would be temporary. And so again, even productive people who may be on paper wealthy and that they have this huge farm, they have a little farm equipment, but it's now a dust bowl. We've got to correct the situation, and maybe on the other side of this situation, they'll be back being wealthy people, but their wealth may have never been large monies in bank accounts because, like I explained before, they might, at whatever time, get a government, or not government, a bank loan to buy new farming equipment. And so they're just, they're working on a system that, yeah, if they sell up all of their farm equipment at a good time, when there isn't an economic collapse or a environmental collapse, selling all their farm equipment, selling their farm, they might be able to walk away with what would be considered a wealthy amount of money, but they would have no more income coming in until they buy a new business or something. But they're not cash rich; they're sort of like land rich. They would then theoretically become very cash poor, and not be able to buy any, food or support your family. So, all levels of society, except for the true top of it, can definitely be damaged. And governments should, because in the modern world they can, be prepared for that and handle that type of stuff. But still, with, as you can tell, still what I'm looking at, a generally market-based economy. Hello, Gustavo Henrique Dando Toba. Sorry, I'll call you Gustavo, I think. Hey, are motorized divisions fast enough to make huge encirclements in this game? Yes, is the short answer. But you need to have enough motorized transports in your units. Currently, we only have 122 extra, transport trucks right now in a total system, and then we also have I know we do somewhere. Am I not seeing them? Heavy transport trucks are probably up here. Yeah, heavy transport trucks, which are more for strategic supply movement. But so if you have, and again, we can take a quick look here at our templates. Okay, there's, now this is Halbut motorization, which I think is standing for partially motorized. Oh boy, they've changed some of this. Let me no, not on the template. Let me click on the division here. Okay. Well, this is, I think, is a fully motorized division here. So here, yeah, this is what I was looking for. So so they need some heavy transport trucks. They need some just transport trucks, some light vehicles. So some reconnaissance. So this unit will slow down if it's starting to take significant, losses. So if you spam out a bunch of these divisions and you don't have enough transport for them, or if you have the transport just enough for all of your divisions day one, say on Barbarossa, day 30, day 60, day whatever, you're going to be in a deficit, because if you don't have enough production, you're going to have lots of attrition losses. So to be able to do so, motorized divisions need to be properly motorized and equipped that way to be able to do the breakthroughs fast. Now, they'll still fight if they don't have enough trucks, as long as they have enough artillery and infantry equipment and machine guns and all these mortars and all these good equipment, fighting equipment. They'll still fight, but they'll just move slow if they don't have enough transport. So yes, you can definitely do so. The key really isn't so much, at least in my opinion, and yes, speed is a factor, but is to defeat the enemy rapidly enough to create that breakthrough and that thrust that will either overrun an enemy force, or it will, as it's retreating, it may retreat fast enough, depending on, if it's a motorized force or whatever, and especially if you're crossing the river and it's falling back just to here. If it falls back, depending on its ability to, reorganize, get back your organization levels, here, the green bar, get that back fast enough, and different settings and effects and generals and whatever affect reorganization speed. Oh, they're here now. You can see division organization +6, division speed. Okay, yeah, here, division recovery rate. So just having Gerd von Rundstedt in this position gets division recovery rate up 6%. So I don't know what it is for what nation. And somebody like the U.S., it might be much more difficult to hit them before they reorganize again. But if they're only halfway organized and you're coming in heavily organized, you can come in and keep smashing and doing that. So yes, it can be done. Not that it will be done always. Okay, so let's start another episode here. Okay. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 with my continuing look at the new economy. I'm still for Black Ice, Hearts of Iron 4. Still working on getting that alongside a historical. We're going to be doing some of these here. Along with the historically generated divisions. But before we get into all of that, if you're new, can you please, I hope, subscribe to the channel. And of course, everyone, I hope this is worth hitting that like button. You can even lick it. Supposedly tasty, but just lick it once per video because each video tastes different. So, all right. Now, we can look here. No. Here. We can see we could, and we probably will. Well, let's form create template kits. So we're going to form the first mountain division here. And we'll get that. And so now we should have here. Okay, so well, virtually nothing is here. We'll let this go a little bit. I know we need to deal with that. We're just talking about equipment. So, change much. Okay, there we go. Because we did have enough resource, uniforms, machine guns, all that stuff. We had enough to fill this up, and so this is now a rather functional unit. Look at its template. So I haven't gotten this is everyone. I'm at my secret mountain base that I'm building up here. So I'm not going to talk about the location of it because hey, it's secret. And I'm just running off of my laptop, so I had to restart the game and play through it. And I didn't set the NATO counters, which I naturally read. But like I say, I'm looking at the economy at filling up. We'll hit all of these. And there's a reason I'm doing all of this. Yes, we're forming. Sometimes they're pulling units off and forming. Sometimes they're just forming out of thin air, but you still need all of the equipment. Now, the reason you see here is a negative and then a positive is because we just recently, within just a few days, shot the demand up. So let's see. Let's go to the 10th. Okay. Let's look again here. Well, I don't think most of this, because we're not really attritioning units here, so we're still on that. But what I'm looking at here is looking for things like that. Very much things like that, because I know the motorization. So we're 2,000 trucks down from the need. Now, right now, April 39, that isn't a big issue. But if we were talking April 39, let's say 39 is 38, obviously. April 39 would be a much bigger issue. So we're going to currently have one extra factory. We're going to throw it in here, but I'm also going to do a heavy transport truck for the next military factory to come into production here. So No, what are we? Do we? Okay, we need a little more. We'll not worry about that just a moment. So, yeah, let's add another two. Yeah, down here in the southwest. Another two military factories as we get the construction ICs freed up to do those. And let's speed this up a little bit since we're no longer fighting in Spain. Okay. And no longer oil bonus. Foreign volunteers. Yay, 50 manpower. We are doing okayish for manpower, I would say. Almost done with some frostoid. Okay, so pause. Let's come here. I think we have, well, we could do Onslush, 42 days, which is very good, but we can also do this, and I think we should first. Let's just get this done. Lessons from the Spanish campaign. Hello, Christopher und Kunningsgas. I'm probably butchering that. Hello to you. Okay, let's see. We have now got some free. Just come here. Next, I know what I want to know. We okay. That's a better view. These are going to be completed. Oh, okay. Well, the submarines are going to just keep spamming out. Those will be just two. Okay, that's good. We'll keep those going. I know we could flying boats, but we really need to get some of our other base production up and going. Good. Is there something? It's a 30. Well, we could do. Well, I don't know. DO-17s, they're all right. We're not going to do carrier-based anything, so we'll let that just sort of slide. Yeah, we'll do some naval search. Portion bar suspensions. Okay, we're trying to get some of our required interworld. Where I don't know that we want to do diesel engines. Let's do food tank. Okay, our forces are back here, and the reason we don't have the brigade that was fighting in Spain has now become a division.
Achtung!
Regimental doctrines. Experience gained while in combat or training is good. Let's. This is just a little too fast. Yeah, we'll use this to get fire brigades being researched. Joint industrial policies with Cuba. I don't know that that would be any much of a thing. Okay, so we just got that. We learned our lessons from Spain. Onslush is very, very useful, obviously. Probably are going to be our next thing here, but let's just, yeah, I think so. But what I want to do is And no, I really don't have spies to be spying out what they're doing well. We don't know unknown focus here. I'm looking to see, can we... No, okay. We really could be spying better. What I wondered is if I knew that they were partway down some of this stuff here and letting it complete to get another Civ factory or something, I would like to do. But I don't have enough information to do that, so let's have union or Anschluss with Austria. That will help us out greatly. Danica A, very good. Okay, we're 38 here still. Yes, we're going to start the 4-year plan. Okay, let's go with anti-tank rifles first here. Anti-tank rifles are a very interesting case study of military weapons, in which a weapon that was very functional when it's first being created, including in World War I, the T-Gewehr, the tank Gewehr, or whatever the T stands for, I presume tank, but I know the Germans call them Panzer, so I'm not sure. I would see that as a T-Gewehr, but I don't know. Maybe T stands for something else. People are messaging me, yes. Okay. Deal with that later. Let's get this going here. Get the Emil version. And obviously different tanks, including the 1920s and 30s, had different levels of armor, but you could generally make something that would punch holes in it. But that doesn't mean it knocks it out or even kills its crew. It could, depending on where you hit, depending on the angles, depending on a lot of factors. It was still an effective weapon. I am going to do a Civ factory here. We're going to have a lot of military factories coming in. Not enough, but a lot. Okay. I want to get my aircraft industry in a bit better production capabilities. Okay, so we've got... I'm just going to add some other things in. But okay, we need more aluminum because of that. So let's come over here. Let's see about aluminum production. We could have up to 18, so let's add another factory. That should probably do it. So they're not a wonder weapon. They're not tank rifle, anti-tank rifles, but they are an effective weapon. Well, as the war goes on, obviously tank armors are getting heavier and heavier. That doesn't mean anti-tank rifles aren't useful. They're just a lot less useful. And well, I'm trying to think here now. I think there's only 3 nations, well, because I can throw in something from Germany, sort of, kind of late war, but really only 3 nations I'm trying to think, because I'm going through all these different... Most nations try to have a bolt-action or semi-automatic anti-tank rifle. Those are new around here. I know a lot about small arms. So I think it was 13 millimeter. Or no, the T-Gewehr stood for tank, where it was before the Germans decided tanks would be called Panzers. Okay, thank you, IKB. Thank you. Did the U.S. ever use anti-tank rifles? No, and that's what I'm sort of getting to. Is most nations, well, in the modern sense they do, because I'm sort of going to get to there. In most nations, used anti-tank rifles. They had them. Either they produced them or they bought them in some quantities. The Americans, because of one John Moses Browning, has an anti-tank machine gun instead of an anti-tank rifle. Because that's what the American 50 caliber was designed to do. Part of what it was designed to do was to shoot down things like Zeppelins. He looks at the, I think it was a French weapon, a machine gun that had a large caliber. And one of the reasons they wanted that large caliber was to be able to put a lot of incendiary material, things, burning in the back. Could be something like a zinc or something, get hot enough and it's burning. And keep it burning long enough so when it gets fired from like an aircraft, goes up and hits a Zeppelin and, lights it on fire. So he designs his machine gun with a big bore diameter, where the German anti-tank, not the T-Gewehr, but the ones they come in the 20s and the 30s and are used in World War II, they use a 7.92 millimeter bullet. Now it's longer. The bullet, the projectile itself is, and I don't know the dimensions exactly, but are significantly longer than the standard bolt-action rifle. But it has just a huge powder charge behind it. So they're going down. They're using generally a very hard core of ammunition. It can vary from nation to nation with all of these for when they're in the anti-tank role or armor-piercing role. And so they're firing, so they're going down and they're going really high velocity. The Americans continue with a big diameter. The British and the Soviets continue with a big diameter anti-tank rifles and machine guns. The British have a Vickers water-cooled, we'll call it an anti-tank machine gun, in that they used them, I think, the Mark IV is the little light machine gun carrying tanks, and that they had one standard 303 Vickers and a 50 cal Vickers. Vickers even produce, and the standard one is sort of less powerful than a Browning 50 cal, but they also make a sort of a hyper calibered 50 cal that's a bit more powerful than the Americans, but was not widely used. The Soviets, of course, have the Deshka machine gun in 12.7 millimeters and a 14.5 millimeter bolt action rifle as large calibers. So by mid-late World War II, anti-tank rifles are deemed obsolete by a lot of people, governments, nations, whatever. But that was a mistake. That was a mistake in doctrine and idea, because that anti-tank rifle will still penetrate just as much as it did in 1939. It would still penetrate just as much in 1945. Now, in 1945, Tigers probably not going to be overly affected by them. Yeah, you might get a lucky shot and somehow, I don't know, damage the barrel or something, but probably not. It's probably, for a practical thing, it's probably, invulnerable with a Tiger, and they were worried about the lower side hole of a Panther being penetrated by the Soviet anti-tank rifles. Soviets continue using theirs, and the Germans even continue using theirs through to the end of the war, but stop making them because they come up with, hey, the better solution, the bazooka or Panzerschreck or the Panzerfaust and whatnot, sort of hollow charge, the Piat and other types of rounds. And the Japanese, the explosive on the stick. Now, it kills the user as well as the tank, but hey, that's the Japanese for you. So yeah, they got other better, but still there's still uses for an anti-tank rifle. Because German half-tracks were still just as vulnerable. They were probably a little less vulnerable than American half-tracks, but they were still vulnerable to anti-tank rifles. Now, the Americans didn't have anti-tank rifles, but they did have a god-awful amount of half-tracks. So you just mount an anti-tank machine gun on their half-track and drive it around and shoot up light armored vehicles. But also, what anti-tank rifles are good for is people behind 2 or 3 feet of sandbags that will stop a standard armor-piercing round of a standard, coming out of a machine gun maybe, but won't stop an anti-tank rifle round. And like I say, they're still effective, but post-World War II, they're stopped all production. Well, back in the 1980s, Americans being Americans and into guns and bigger booms, start playing around with 50 caliber because that's legally our here largest diameter thing we can have, projectile that we can have out of a modern cartridge ammunition without calling it a destructive device. If you get the over 50 caliber and it's modern ammo, it has to be registered as a destructive device. Now you can, because I got a 60 caliber, muzzle loading flintlock. I also now have a 58 caliber muzzle loading flintlock. Those aren't even considered firearms. They're just things. They're not considered firearms. Could be considered a deadly weapon if you're using it as a weapon, but if you're just like, hey, putting it on your wall or doing a reenactment at I'll even let you discharge it in the city if it's not shooting a projectile. At least I've never had trouble discharging my muskets in cities. Now it's sort of at fairgrounds during events, but still, no one ever. And there were police there. Trust me, there were police or sheriffs or something there. None of them ever came over and talked to me about going boom with my musket, so long as we were sort of kind of doing it more or less in a safe manner. Because again, they're not really considered firearms, so the laws about discharging firearms in the city don't really technically cover them so much. But they could be, again, if I was threatening somebody with one, threatening somebody with a baseball bat, that's threatening somebody or using a deadly weapon on somebody. So they're not, you don't get to just go use them as a weapon on a person without permission or reason, I should say, like defending yourself. But the way the Americans are, so they started fooling around with the 50 cal ammunition and started to build. And I remember, I forget the guy's name, hung out with him a bunch, but I forget. It was one of the guys that was developing some of the early 50 cal rifles back in the 80s. And eventually the American Special Forces and then some of the more regular American military units start realizing these things are damned useful. Yeah, they're not going to stop at T-72, but they're damned useful because they can shoot a long ways very effectively. Now, technically, because whether it's Geneva Conventions or the Hague or whatever, they're technically classed as an anti-materiel weapon. And I don't know where that sort of has to come in, whether that's something dating to the 20s and 30s and World War II, or if that's something more modern. And now you can sort of kind of like shoot the guy in front of the artillery piece that you're supposedly taking out with an anti-materiel weapon, but nobody really is making too many formal complaints about uses. But they are big, heavy things that your standard soldier doesn't want to carry. But I would argue at a company and definitely at a battalion level to have a few anti-tank rifles, even in this modern age of drones, and I am thinking about that modern age of drones because, like sort of what thinking about Spain is to World War II, Ukraine is to future wars, whatever they may be, whether it's World War III or other things, and that we're seeing, and I'm definitely seeing the use of drones much, much more and more effectively than we saw in places like Iraq. Um, when do you start building planes? Yeah, well, I've always been building some planes, but we're really starting to push up the ramping here up. But let me just complete this thought, and then we'll get more back into the stuff. What a drone, we're going to see drone and anti-drone warfare going on. But what an anti-tank rifle can do for you is put out, without necessarily like a big black backblast or big. There is still, depending on the environment, there still is a muzzle blast, but not as big as a lot of the anti-tank missile type, whether guided or unguided, RPG or whatever. But you can penetrate things like walls, bunkers, because, you build a bunker for a 308, protect you from a 308 round, designed. You start putting a 50 cal round, even, and not everywhere. I mean, Americans are great with armored vehicles, but not everywhere they're going to have a Bushmaster autocannon or a 50 cal machine gun on an armored vehicle ready to get into position, because sometimes you may be, whether it could be mountains in Turkey, mountains in Romania, or mountains in Afghanistan, wanting to get the weapon to a place that you're not driving a motor vehicle, or at least a standard. You might have a four-wheel ATV kind of thing hauling that rifle up the side of a mountain, getting it near to position, and then crawling, dragging it in, under cover, getting to shoot. And so that can be a very effective weapon that, is probably not appropriate down at the platoon level, may or may not be appropriate at the company level, where that's definitely where they were thinking of using them in World War II. We're definitely getting down to platoon level bazooka type things or Panzerfausts in Germany in World War II, and we're definitely seeing RPGs down at the platoon level, and law rockets and whatnot are down at the platoon level. But the anti-tank rifle being able to precisely put, and now often in the modern sense with a scope on it, precisely put a rather heavy round on targets is something that they really overlooked and really missed. And it has the range and penetration. So it is no longer properly, obviously, an anti-tank weapon, because an Abrams or even a T-55, it ain't stopping them. It might annoy them a bit if somebody has their head out of the hatch. Well, that's any sort of rifle can take that person out. But it's a weapon that was deemed obsolete, but is not. Sort of like the bayonet. It's not obsolete. So, yes. So this is So Poppy? I don't know. Sorry. I don't know how to pronounce that name. But this is one thing I'm looking at with this playthrough is, and I started with another one, is the economy of the new economy here. And, well, how do I put this? Civ factories are often used to build, military factories and pay for things like import-export, pay for importing rubber or whatever. But now we're seeing the need to build steel mills, aluminum mills, rubber and oil refineries as a different things, industrial farms, power plants. You can't build hydro plants, which I think there should be some decisions for those, but you shouldn't be able to spam them out. I would entirely agree with that. But and so adding a bunch more other things needing to build along with building things like railways and other stuff are we getting enough military factories to, and this is right now, again, we're not training any divisions because I've yet to see large, and especially if you start hitting the Soviet Union, my last playthrough at the end of that, which I may still continue a bit when I get back home. We had a lot of naked troops because we couldn't produce enough field uniforms. Some basic things like that. And so, do we have enough military factors? And yeah, I'm looking at it through the German lens. But to build everything we need, as in what they were capable of doing in World War II, and for the basic stuff, and also to build a decent air force, because they were building in 1938. They were building more than these three types of aircraft, and I don't know how many, in game terms, how many aircraft factories they had effectively running, but those are the only three aircraft production lines we have here now. So I don't know if we're getting enough to build, because we need to build a lot of radios to equip our divisions. We're not even building any Panzer 2s or 3s, and 4s or 5s. Yeah, because they were building, no, 3s and 4s, sorry, 3s and 4s. Private imports, good. 3s and 4s, which they were building in small numbers at this point. This, I'm just letting this go because I think these are junk vehicles that we're just going to get as many as we can out of them before we try to upgrade them. Oil plants. So I don't know when we should, and if, how big of an army should you have, and how much if your army doesn't have enough simple things like horse transports and artillery. Yeah, and we are building some aircraft, but how much aircraft should you be building if you look at that kind of a factor? Okay, so 38 power plants. Again, now they have increased, it appears to me, the number of researchable research lines. I'll call these, boy, I'm blanking on that. Okay, so we could get this. We have enough factory output, supply output, and controlled states and core states. Yeah, let's go for that. And stability of 10%. Monthly population. I like that stability thing, but we're doing good with stability. Okay, mixed farms. Industrial farm construction speed is slower. Monthly industrial resource output by +1. Construction speed is 5% faster under this. But where we go down to 39 here, okay, +1. Livestock focus, stability, civilian rations more. Okay, so industrial farm production speed. So if we're going to do a lot of industrial farm, that industrial farm construction speed negative, so that's slower. But it's also going to give us one more food effect capacity. I think this is the way to go. But again, here, I'm not sure. Okay, Anschluss with Austria, which is a major factor here now. This may be the time really to start pushing in on aircraft, because we now have Austria as a aircraft production capabilities. Okay, we're going to jump to the F model. We'll see if medium, yeah. Yeah, oh, we'll lose 10 days of production. Yeah, I don't care about that. Okay, but we're taking a big hit because we did jump past a few. Let's add one more. But I also like other types of aircraft as well. So let's get in some CAS. Let's go for 3. Again, we'll move this up to the top so we keep finding it easy. We're going to need some more aluminum. No. Okay, so we got some CAS coming. We got some heavy fighters to shoot down bombers. We got standard fighters there. We got naval bombers. We got medium bombers. I'm not going to try to do a heavy bomber. Fast bombers, yeah, it would be the DO but later, but we haven't researched those. Transports, reconnaissance planes. Okay, let's get a flying boat into production. Let's get a reconnaissance aircraft into production lines. Do we have naval bombers currently? So, we may have just did it and forgot. No, we didn't. Let's also, well, hold on. I am researching a new naval. Okay. Yeah, I know I'm researching other things too, but yeah, we'll wait to get that Heinkel in a few days. So let's produce other things, and we'll get Heinkel. We'll get the new Heinkel in. So. Multi-role. Okay, just one of those. So let's again move these to the top so I don't have to keep rolling and looking for some aircraft in some space and some aircraft in another space in this line. Okay, so now what we'll do though is make sure some more important things like our fighters to win the air war over Germany is at the top. Because, and there we go. That's a decent productive order of everything. Let's put in another fighter. Now that means we're now down 32 aluminium. So, here. Okay, we do have the ability for much more aluminium. So we don't have enough bauxite. Let's come here. Well, let's get some bauxite from Yugoslavia. They'll sort of build them up, but maybe that will when we reconquer it, we'll get, or when we conquer it, we'll get some back. Claim on South Tyrol. No, we're going to ignore South Tyrol. We want to go pro-Italy here. June 38. I do think it's time to come back over here and do more economically based power plant. How many days? 22 days. Not that long, but yeah, because we do want to be able to move down into here as well as improved motorization. Engine factories, VOMAG. Yeah, we'll do this. Well, 32 days. Okay. And what research are we having an open slot for? I do like their system. Oh, this is Lower Austria, which gets a lot of things. Let's come over here. Yeah, let's get this going. Yeah, we don't care. Okay, we'll do German pressure, I guess. No, let's just for the moment. Let's.
Achtung!
Okay, so this template is that. This Austrian template.
Angetreten!
Yes. Okay. Quickly see here. The German template here is much better, has more artillery. So it does have motorized medium artillery. Okay, well, what is pack artillery? Yeah. Well, for the moment, I'm not going to improve the Austrian units because we did inherit, I do believe, all of Austria's equipment. But we definitely are low. We're producing mountain equipment. That's a little easier to catch up at 2.9 for just under 800 versus 2.3 at over 2,000. So transportation trucks, if we motorize more things, will require more trucks. And so I don't want that just yet. Now let's look over here at decisions. Is there anything I want to do now? Invest, chemical construction research. Yeah, we could do this, I guess. So we can gain a research slot in Thuringen, and able to research the following folders: industry, or resource manufacturing, and that would be following folders: raw materials, and that would be also in Thuringen. And so we can take a quick look here. At the top, we have the universal one. Okay, so this is resource manufacturing versus industrial. Well, I mean, we've got here, all kinds of things to research as time comes on. Now over here in resource, we've also got lots and lots of stuff to research. We'll do resource manufacturing here. Well, raw materials. This is the research slot would be able to research the following folders: raw materials. I think that's this here. Resource manufacturing. Presuming it is such. So we'll do this, right? Yeah. And come down to the bottom. Yes, this is the one I thought it would be. Okay, so there's a lot here we could do. That I think, and continuing down. I mean, it's not just energy costs a little less to produce. Ration production 5%. Well, yeah, let's just do 130 days and get that done. What in, okay, steel by 2. I'm not going to worry about steel by 2. That is slowing down submarine production or something. So, oh, well. Okay, improved tank armor. Nice. Right, good. Now, how long until we get, okay, 30 days. Well, let's go back to the very unglamorous. Horse transportation cart. Get enough of those built. Well, get more of them built at least. No, I want to look here. What is... Okay, anti-tank upgrades. Okay, that's the Czech weapon. I think we need to get Czechoslovakia to do that one. Okay, 155 mil, or 105 millimeters, sorry. Needs to do that. All right. Well, nothing we can do here to do those, but we can... You don't need the diesel engine. Well, I guess we should come over here and get... Well, we can get the C. Okay. Oh, come on. Okay, so let's see. Treaty, whatever. Okay. Now, what I'm really seeing is we've got a lot of Air Force and Army experience. So, yeah, that is... What should we spend this on? Independent Air Force, dive bombing, ENK, surveys. We can't do those. We can only do these. Battlefield interdiction, air power projection. Yeah, okay. Centralized control, fighter detection, air interception detection, air superiority, mission efficiency. Okay, so we're going to do that. And over here, hey, Sebastian, how you doing? Dive bombing. Okay, now come back up to the Army, Professional Officer Corps, Cavalry. Ideological loyalty. Can't do that because it's communist. Okay. Tech. Okay, we can do some of these. Engineering companies. Training techniques. We're going to get some of these. Motorization drive. We don't have mobile training techniques. Okay. Well, I don't. Okay, well, yes, we're just not going to get to do those. Don't understand why. That's not bad. Rule of offense. Yeah, I like that. Let's do that. Oh, well, now we can do some of these others. Okay, I guess they just wanted me to do that one first. Because I understand, like this needs elite focus, and this needs to be communist, so you're getting some of that. Why we can or can't. Yeah, let's do that. And over here, reserve officers, static. Let's do reserve officers division recovery. There we go. Spend a bunch of our experience there, if you will. Now, for naval, what can we see about doing with naval to starting off? Anything here? Not really. Okay. We need the 75. And we're just not there yet. So we have a lot of war support. We have decent manpower. I don't know why I know why we're at over 100% because we have more than 100% of the various things down on that list. But it still shows that we're slowly losing it. So, okay, improved motorization, very good. Think here. Expand Austrian oil, 56 days. IG Farben aesthetic refinery for 21 days. Yeah, let's do this. And 81. Let's do another power plant. Let's put it down in Austria. So they like. No, they really don't. But at least not modern Austrians. Okay. And I think we're still sort of waiting for more air to or the fighters. Hey, Beam Slam. How do you know we're Earthlings? Okay, the back question. We'll take the political power here. I got that. Hello. I don't know if that's Croc. Sorry, I can't read Cyrillic very well, so don't know how to pronounce it. Good question indeed. Yeah, you may be lizard people, lizard aliens, or something. Who knows? Okay. Now that we have that, let's come here. Let's do the naval bomber. I'll put a second one there. I like naval bombers, but let's move it down just a bit. You guessed. because you've taken over the bottom. No, I don't care. I don't want to issue ultimatums to random countries. Okay, IG. And German anti-tank rifle. Okay. Now here. Okay, again, pause. We need to see about getting some of these gun designs into open up some other gun tank designs. Okay, we're keeping up so far reasonably well with power versus factory output, so that's good. Uh-oh, 1938 New England hurricane. Okay, good. Okay, we just got this. Infantry radios, core radios, radio equipment. Okay, let's pause this. Yeah, we'll sell that. We'll do the cropping thing in a moment. Well, I guess what we can. Yeah, because tanking. We'll get that stuff done. And the crop one, which is, I think, one of these up here, yes. So we just got that back in 37 technology. Yeah, I've got a question. Okay, for you, what is your opinion about a game called Rules of the Waves 3? All right, I've played teeny little bit of Rules of the Waves 3. Full disclosure here, I am a paid shill for Slithering and Matrix games. So keep that in mind. I am an admitted paid shill. They pay me to stream on their channels, particularly Twitch, but sometimes other channels as well. Yeah, I guess we'll do that. Do we not have anti-tank guns? I know I was mostly just trying to... I don't need 2 production lines if we don't have... Okay, yes. And that is one of their games. I think it's under the Matrix label. They're not paying me now, but they do pay me. I played just a little bit of it. I've watched some of my fellow streamers on Slithering TV play more of it than I have. I think it's a rather good game for what it's trying to be. Trying to be a free air power, basically. I don't know that there's any aircraft in the game. At least none that I've seen right offhand. Free air power, naval focused, fictional, big thing there. This is the stuff that I've seen. War game. Meaning they're not trying to simulate World War I or some other real battles. There is a sort of politics and war thing elements to the game, but it is mostly just to give you an excuse to take your fleet out and go beat on somebody else's fleets. And it's not low quality graphics in the sense that they're bad, but it's not high graphics, interface game. So I think it's good for what it's trying to be. If you want a sort of a dreadnought and pre-dreadnought type simulator to battles, and where you do a lot of design and maintenance elements, and almost an afterthought is the battles, as opposed to a war game about ship combat that has a bit of production on the back end. It's more production and design with a bit of combat, is how I would explain it, or a bunch of combat, depending on what nations you're playing and how big your navies are and things, I'm sure. So yeah, I think it's good for what it's trying to be. So I don't think I have any videos on it because I just played it a little bit. But look around YouTube for videos. I think like maybe DOS Tactic or I don't know, maybe Hexaboo or somebody. I'm not sure exactly who were doing some of the videos. So you probably find some good videos on the game. And hey, if it's your cup of tea, I would recommend it. If it's just not, either because it's too text based and too detailed oriented, then skip it. But I think it plays well. Okay, so we need more aluminum and more steel. Okay, so let's see if we can put in another factory there. Okay, that's good. And for the aluminum, now we also need more bauxite to cover some of that. Well, now let's just go back to that, because maybe we get some more. No, they don't have. These guys have enough to go do more. Okay, that almost did it. Let's up to that. Let's get to an actual positive and a rubber. Okay. Okay, so we got Panzer IIs. But I think at this point we're going to end this episode here. Love hanging out with you. I'm enjoying playing this. Thank you so much. Be back with more, yes, more Hearts of Iron next time. Thanks so much, everyone. And click. All right, let's make a save here. I just want to check something before going on. And also get a drink here. So just take me a minute, and we'll be back to playing some more here. Okay, I'm going to go grab a drink and be right back. My voice, in my secret mountain lair, it is dry up here, so need a bit more. Almost back to playing here. And what is Low saying? Okay, Tortuga Power is the LP guy. Okay, very good. I don't think I know him. Yeah, I definitely follow Turinlow's suggestion there to check out some Let's Plays. Um, since it's a Slytherin Matrix game, and because of the work I do for them, they give me every new game out free, so I don't pay attention to prices. But some of their games can be pricey. I think that is mainly because for some of the games, it's a lot of effort to make them, and a relatively speaking small audience of players. So that not that it's greed or whatever, just you know, if it costs $100,000 to make a game and you have 1,000 players for the game, you're going to have to charge more than if you spend that same $100,000 to make the game and you've got 5 million players to sell that game to. So that's part of the reason for some of the expense on their games, I'm sure. And um, but if you can afford the game and you're going to actually play enough hours of it, it's probably worth it. Whatever the actual value of or the cost of the game. If the value if it's hours of entertainment versus cost. If you go into the movies, you're doing something else. So yeah, I know YouTube's free, so you get a lot of entertainment for free here. But yeah, is an Excel game? Yes, you have to be in a certain mood to play it. Yeah, it's a spreadsheet type of game. It's a very good way to put it. So yeah, and quite honestly, I it's not my core focus. Late 19th century, early 20th century naval stuff and whatnot is not my core focus of doing things, and I'd rather be playing tank battle games and other things. So it's not high on my list of playing, but that's not because I think it's a bad game. It's just like Turnlow says, certain mood to want to play it. Okay, so now we can do this, which will probably unlock a few other things. So let's get our tank machine gun thingy going there. Okay, come here. We need more rubber. Not having enough for our machine guns. Okay, anti-tank rifles. Yeah, we'll throw in another one of those. Now, over here, well, we're just starting to make these, so we're not going to add these to the. This is what we need for our infantry battalions. Now we have enough radios for some of these. Yeah, we'll do this. Um, oh, oh, has infantry radio tac. I thought I got that one, or maybe I'm just researching it still. No, consumer electronics. Didn't I get? Oh, here it is. Infantry radios. Okay, so we're still researching it. Okay, good. Well, we'll let that continue. Got another power plant coming, but we're getting to 93 and we're expanding. So let's throw on another power plant into the mix here. I will say I'm probably a bit more of a graphical, you know, than the Rule the Waves game would be player, but it's also I don't necessarily really want to spend a lot of time designing ships. Um, Not that that's an unpleasant task, but it's just probably not my, primary wheelhouse. Okay, we could do some of that, or storage buildings, building up there. Power plant, I know we could grab that instead of build one, but that will unlock that, which will unlock another research slot down there. So yeah, let's do this. 32 days. And well, we can see here we would need support battalions. We need a lot more radios. So let's throw on more radios. Production. Let's also start another episode. Quite wanting to play, but not doing this. Okay, fun part of the campaign section. Second part on the dev came up with. The game started as a build the fleet, then launched instant battle to see if the fleet worked in style game. Yeah, interesting. Oh, there's a lot to deal with building out ships. Balancing engines and armor and guns and storage for things like coal on the ships, and all of that stuff, and how fast it will be. Because hey, if you've got the great ship that has great firepower close in, shall we say, but you got versus a fast, longer range shooting ship, even with just some of your armaments, you can stay out of range if the other guy has big guns but short range, and you've got lighter guns but longer range. You can just stay out of range or spam torpedoes at them or something, and he can't get you. So the whole arms race of ship building is a very fascinating topic. Yeah, and there's rework in Hoi 4. So there's a lot to do there, a lot of naval architecture, as it would be called. It's not, of all the great many games, I would rather be playing, something like Steel Panthers or Steel Tigers or something like that out on a tactical battlefield, or Hearts of Iron, or Strategic Command type games. I would rather be doing those that have a naval element to them, but not as heavy naval focused. All right, yes, back to the episode. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here, and we are playing Hearts of Iron 4's Black Ice, taking a look at the economy and how it is all working. We're going to add this to von Manstein's unit. So now we have motorized division, infantry division that's super experienced, and a super experienced panzer division. Very good. Okay, we're not real close to like any real combat, but we're gonna get there sometime. So let's set this up as is Guderian. Did I skip past him? See Rommel. We're gonna get Rommel. Oh, there's Guderian. We're gonna get Rommel command too. Let's get Guderian done here. We're going to also form Mountain Division Corps, or whatever we want to call it. Okay, who do we want to put in Tito again? Probably. Where is he? He'd be here somewhere. Why am I not seeing detail? Because his division got taken away. Oh, there he is. When in transit. I went 262 flying in 44. Theoretically, it was possible the prototype flew sometime that year, but Hitler wanted. Yeah, really in 42 was it? I thought it was more 43. Now, the first operational jets were Heinkels, and I thought that was in 42. They were not put into series production. They were, a few prototypes. They were, operational jet fight, or operationally capable jet fighters, but they weren't really ready for mass, or they weren't. The overall system wasn't ready for mass production. And so, yeah, I think it's a Heinkel jet. Now, the first combat jets were made by Italy, of all places. But they weren't really any faster than the faster propeller engine fighters. So they never got into series production just because, again, Italy did not have the production capabilities. And my understanding for Germany and everybody, the biggest issue with the engines was heat and making sure the engines could stand up to the heat. So, and that was German engine life was a problem because of that. And the Germans, I think, knew how to fix it. They just did not have enough materials for for making them, stand up to the heat because of the there's a lot of work between flying prototype and a combat ready, even without Hitler. Yeah, I do believe Hitler does slow up the production and deployment of the 262. But as IKB is saying, it's one thing to turn out a few handmade jet engines that may work brilliantly. It's another thing to start putting them into scale production for a craft, in the middle of a war. So, and I don't have the answer as to what the production capabilities would have been in 42 for something like that. Okay, fuel refining. But yeah, Hitler did slow things up. Hitler just really distrusted his leadership around him, the people. But is also dependent on luck or progress in development. I think the average time from prototype was about a year in wartime. Yeah, particularly of a very new thing, as opposed to a progression of things. And I don't mean just minor tweaking on, various models of Tiger 1s. I'm talking about, progressions of aircraft and whatnot. I don't know that they just sort of to illustrate. Here. Going from 110s to 210s or whatever to the 410, I don't really think, because these are all working along versions of each other. I don't really, as opposed to just within minor things. I don't know that it's really a year from jumping from this to this prototype stage, but jumping to like an engine in front and engine in back, or some other thing like a jet, yeah, you really are talking about a year getting stuff going. And yes, no, I do totally agree that Hitler slows up it, because Hitler believes in the will, the power of the will. Now, he's not wrong. If we look at Italy, the whole Italian system, not just like the frontline soldier, but the whole Italian system does not have, or we could look at France, in 1940. Neither of those countries, as a system, really have the will to fight. When the bullets are flying around you, to stay at that machine gun, to keep fighting so long as you have ammo and a functioning machine gun. You're absolutely, Hitler, I'm going to say that Hitler's right about that, in that if you don't have the will to stick to the machine gun once, return fire is coming at you, yeah, you're screwed. And we can, whether it's France in 1940 or Italy throughout much of the war, things are going pretty well. Italy's all right. The soldiers will fight. And fight well, depending on their equipment and the conditions, they'll fight. But once it becomes difficult, they don't have, because, they don't have the will. They're not, Italy as a nation isn't, it didn't have, it isn't like a diehard fascist nation. It doesn't have the sort of collective negative experience of losing World War I. Yes, it does have a negative experience in World War I, and that does contribute to it. But they see their negative experience is a negative experience of their leadership on the Anzanzo front of keep attacking and defending and attacking and defending and all that back and forth, and wastefulness and incompetence of their leadership. The leadership, where Germany's are much more competent, and so they don't have the will to fight that the Germans or the Soviets or the British or the Americans or the Japanese had, or the Chinese even to a degree, depending on which units you're talking about. So yeah, will is important, but like I did say, so long as they had the ammunition and the machine gun functioning, meaning if the machine gun breaks or is jammed or whatever. I was particularly thinking of the bad Italian machine guns. But if they've got their aircraft, and their aircraft is functional and it has fuel and it has weapons, if your people are ready to go fight, yeah, but once those things no longer happen, you no longer have fuel to fly, it doesn't matter what your will of wanting to fight. And if you don't defend your own airspace, what do you need attack aircraft for? To attack ground or attack ships or whatever, if you can't defend your own airspace. And this is where Hitler falls down, in that whether it's at the production level or at the escorting of the older models of Stukas, you want a fairly slow ground attack aircraft, especially when you're in the ground attack, actually doing the ground attack. Now, this is why some aircraft have air brakes and other things to slow them up. And then, once you're done with the ground attack, fly away quickly. Or just try to avoid enemy, fighters quickly. But you could have 262s flying over in a region, whether directly escorting something like your Stukas or your medium bombers, or just simply trying to shoot down everything up in the air, that's enemy, and just flying around and making it deadly for the enemy to put up any aircraft in whatever region. I'm not saying like all over the particular front, but whatever region you're operating your bombers and your CAS type aircraft. Yeah, you can do that. But if you don't have, however good your will of your Stuka pilots are, and Stukas are used up until the end of the war very effectively, I would say. You can see here Stuka model here and 1942, but and yeah, they're getting slower and not so good. And there's a limitation, but they're still dropping that bomb fairly precisely in a dive bombing situation. They're still effective at doing that. It's just everything else up there is going to shoot them down if they're not very well protected. So, so Hitler misses this, and so what he's thinking of, well, if I put these jet, fighter bombers on, they'll just be invulnerable and go shoot, drop bombs on the enemy. Okay, that's useful, no doubt. It will help you. And if they're fighter bombers, in that they can also, after dropping their bombs or just on another mission, go intercept enemy aircraft on the front lines or whatever, that's where presumably you would have your fighter bombers. Yeah, but they're not protecting your homeland and your production. So, again, having enough bullets in the ground operator's machine gun is partially dependent upon, protection of your airspace. To be honest, I think the production value is coming too fast down. I don't quite get that statement, Extreme Finger. Maybe restate it some other way. Germany needed an IL-2 heavily armored ground support aircraft. It was much more difficult to make or to take out than the Stuka. Yeah, the IL-2 is definitely sort of seen by both the Germans and the Soviets as a bit of a flying tank. Here's the question I would pose. And yeah, the Stuka is slow. I think it's relatively maneuverable, but it's slow compared to what do we have here? Those are heavy fighters, but some like CAS operated type 190s or these HS 129s. These are like good tank buster, good ground attack aircraft, but I don't know a lot about them compared to the Stuka and armor or other performance. But I would really have to ask, how many aircraft, close air support aircraft, are you losing to ground fire? And how many are you losing to air-to-air combat? Because if you're not losing too much to ground fire, either because, generally speaking, ground fire wasn't that effective in World War II. It was somewhat, but it wasn't super effective. They definitely shot some stuff down, yes, but what I'm saying is I don't want to think it. I don't want to entirely rely on my unit's anti-aircraft fire, ground fire. But how much they're losing to ground fire versus how much they're losing to enemy aircraft. So if you're losing a lot of stuff to enemy aircraft, I don't know that armoring up your ground attack craft is going to be the solution. As opposed to the solution is just have enough fighters, proper, whether they're 190s or 109s or Mustangs in the American forces or the A6M, the Zero, for the Japanese. If you're sweeping the enemy skies clear of opposition, well, you don't have to really worry about too often. Yeah, it can happen, get jumped, this thing can happen. So I don't have the answer of the ground fire versus AA fire that the Germans were losing, and whether more armor would be better. Because also more armor is slower. Yeah, was a compromise. Yeah, and I just don't know enough about it. I know what it is. I know it's a ground attack aircraft, but just right off the top of my head, I don't know how well armored it is. I don't know how good a speed it has compared to. Again, I play a lot of War Thunder, as Beam Slam and some of you other Extreme Finger and others know, because at least Extreme Finger plays with me. Sounded very weird, but yeah. But when they're comparing similar performance aircraft, where in reality we're looking at aircraft available at X time, at whatever year in whatever field of operations we're looking at, and then how good is it compared to its opponents, as it were. Okay, so, well, okay, we need to do this to get this. Why do I remember pre-war condors flying across the Atlantic? And I do remember that. But their superior life is much easier also for vulnerable aircraft. Absolutely. Absolutely. Now let's take a quick look here. Very well may be here on a national focus level. But it may be very buried down into some of this stuff. Naval bomber research, nice. Luftwaffe expansion and assembly. Okay, well, I am pretty sure pre-war, because that's what we're looking at, they were flying a few condors across the Atlantic, and that the to my understanding, again, this is Gamer's understanding and doesn't know everything, the Condor is the first aircraft that can take off in Germany, not someplace like Ireland or Britain or maybe out in Normandy, but take off in Germany and fly to the United States without stopping. Prior to it, several German airline or Lufthansa or whatever had a few ships that hung out here. And a flying boat very similar to something like that, one of the earlier ones, would fly out, land at sea, and get drug up onto the back of the ship. The crew and passengers would get out for a bit of a break, and they would refuel the aircraft and then drop it back in the water, and it would take off and continue the flight. Now, there's problems with that. Now, there's problems with transatlantic flights anyways because of weather and whatnot, because they weren't flying above the clouds way back then, because they did not, especially in the 30s, for passenger compartments, and they were only working on it in the late 30s, I believe. Like the Americans were working on, oxygen masks to be able to deal with it, but they weren't pressurizing their cabins. Nobody was back in the early 30s. There may be a few experimental aircraft somewhere, but outside of experimental aircraft, nobody was pressurizing their cabins, so you're not going to fly that high. So you're going to get hit with storms and such, but trust me, there's probably a lot of weathers that you can fly across in the Atlantic just fine, but you're not going to want to land at sea and take off. That would be rather dangerous at times. Okay, well, let's do this. We'll do that research. Oh no. Cancel. That's not what I want to do, because we're not in the middle of that. Okay. I almost did something. Almost did a boo-boo there. Okay. This is where we're heading because we're looking for here research slot. Okay. We also have some of these over here, and then we also head down all of this. Another research. Oh no, it's just a research bonus, not a slot, but a lot of stuff there. But now let's October 39. We've got Anschluss. reclaim the Sudetenland. 37 days. Yes. We'll do this. It's after August. Yes, we will do this first. Okay. Reich Arbeinsdienst Division, send them to... Okay, we're going to, guess, send them to the factories. Right. And more. Let's do another Civ factory. There's various things, whether it's trade, building railways, or other things that the Civ factories will help with. Let's first come here and click. And click. Use up some of our military experience. Get the more modern models of... Okay, well, what we really should start doing now is building new tanks. Let's get the Panzer IIIe in production here. Yeah. We need more Panzers in production. Yeah. Okay, so these are our doctrine development. 42, 38. Elastic defense. Let's do backhand. Yeah. Okay, again we picked hero. Pause. Okay, new steel mill design, 69 days, research bonus. Electric arc furnaces, artillery production, assembly plant. Or we can do steel mill upgrades, artillery production, assembly. Okay. Artillery production plant capacity +1. Artillery. Okay, so that's the same. Steel refinery construction speed 15%. Steel output 2%. These are these things I just... If I knew the historical one, I could just pick that, just because trying to play historical. But, okay, steel mill output per steel mill is +2 with this. Where this is 15% faster refinery construction. Now, doing all the math, which I'm not going to do, have no intention of doing, but if we were to do all the math, would we want to, for every steel refinery, do we want to crank out more steel, which would be the same amount of production but less, resources used? Or do we want to crank out more factories faster? Well, we are already importing steel or iron. I don't want. Yeah. No. Do we have? We have. I know steel mills. Do we have iron mines? No. Okay, so we can't build. Now we might be able to you know, get more resources by conquering, you know, that. Let's just see. Yeah, I think we're going to go with this. That way we won't have to import more iron for the same amount of effect. Okay, let's come in here and we're going to start Panzer IV production. There we go. So we're just barely starting production of these items. And, yeah, let's produce more factories. And more gun capabilities. Okay, okay, we just got that. Some of these others we need to get. Don't know that we really want or need that. We might, I don't know. Over here at 38. Yeah, no, it's November, but let's come over here. Yeah, I think we can do this. No, we don't need to issue an ultimatum to Ireland. I don't know. I know I can sort of stop some of those with these things. I don't know. Okay, well. House completed. Okay, reclaiming the Sudate. Well, no, can't get those yet then. Form this. I think that's taking the Lish division. I think that's taking, what is it, this division here? Or one of the other Austrian divisions. I can't really see below all of that. No, maybe, I don't know. Oh no, it's probably this division here. So we can see there was this sort of fast division of Austria. They had these Steyr cars. I don't know that I don't think they had any of the 221s. No, it's more like a 222. But what they did have were a bunch of CV-33s, the little Italian things. They were made slightly different in that they were set up to take the Austrian machine gun, the Schwarzlose, and not the various Italian machine guns, the Ribelli or whatever. But yeah, they did have a slight. So I'm guessing let's go with this here. I'm going to guess it's that. Let's see if that pulls up. Yeah, execute the order. Yeah, that disappeared. And over here, we now have the 4th Light Division, which light tanks, no more cars it looks like, but let's see. Yeah, light tanks. So okay, let's see what Beam Slam just read that the airframe design was completed in 42, but the engine had troubles and was not ready for mass production. In 44, we're talking about the 262 here, everyone. The development began before the war. The first prototype flew on April 18, 1941. Typically aircraft had problems with new engines. Absolutely. Well, it was Hans Olin, I think I'm pronouncing that name correctly, was the primary designer for the German jet engine prior to the start of the war. He had an assistant with him. And then Heinkel, this is like in 38 or 39. You can find all this information out in Third Reich events for Hearts of Iron 3. I just don't remember all the research I did on it. And they put together a, it was really sort of not boxy, but really sort of short, stubby, but round, but not, aerodynamic early jet engines. And Heinkel sees this stuff and he sets them up with, their own sort of private prototyping. I don't mean like a shed, cheap shed, but they're not a production line, but a, jet engine prototype building center. And I forget the model number, but there was fairly early on a jet engine that was functional that Heinkel gets, Heinkel aircraft that, and not just one that's, because they also, early on stick a jet engine under the, the belly of a propeller engine aircraft. And so that if there's a problem, they could turn the propeller on or whatever. It had an electrical start, I do believe, or could just start in the air. So it was just meant to sort of test fly, but an actual 2-engine jet fighter type aircraft going on. And my understanding, it was faster than a lot of the, fighters at the time, but not that much faster, not that much better. And they were also heavily worried about because they don't know, really, to my knowledge, they don't know of the American or British jet engine. Because again, the British jet engine, I forget who it was right offhand, was being worked on before the war, and they didn't, it wasn't like some huge secret project in the sense of no one knew that they were doing it. I'm not saying they were, publishing all their, research materials out, but it was a known thing that before the war, the British were working on a jet engine as well. I don't know if the Americans really were at all. And the Soviets at some point do start working on the stuff, but the Germans are very worried that you may get, if it goes up and gets shot down, or if they, build this, it'll get to the enemy, so they don't. I've for many years thought that it would have been good to produce 100 or so of the Heinkels, and early on. Okay, so now we've got this Austrian division equipped, and just have them sort of, not like just over Berlin, but over sort of central Germany, so that any that do crash, whether pilot error or enemy action or whatever, that you would, immediately have a team that would show up and, at the crash site and, get all the materials and make sure none of it, gets taken off by souvenir collectors to go into, spies or whatever. But just to have a sort of fast interception type aircraft, sort of as a propaganda tool, sort of as scare the Allies from wanting to fly too deep into Germany, especially for daylight operations. And that kind of thing, to just be just enough to be able to die, come in at bomber formations fast enough that American fighters at the time could not effectively intercept, shall we say, if the word effectively is in there, and be able to hit them and go. And that would have been, I think, as a strategic thing, would have been a good idea. But maybe not. Maybe not. I say a bunch of maxims like warfare is a political act. But warfare is, in essence, forcing your will through the use of violence and other means onto your enemy. So if you put up a jet fighter over a region and you try to hide its numbers, from the Allies. Is there 20? Is there 100? Is there 300? You don't know, and you try to do different markings on them so that if there's, you know, if they're able to, identify that some have red noses and some have yellow noses on them or whatever, to try to, mix and match and whatnot. If you can change their behavior by coming up early on enough to be just enough of a threat that it moves bombing away from, deep into Germany here. Yeah, I know a lot of this stuff is down in the Rhineland, and you could maybe put the fighter there. But if you have them up here, well, that means this area isn't being bombed, so production is going. Even if it's not like a complete bluff and that you don't have them, but it may not be quite as effective as you might think. What am I? Radio equipment to support battalions. Okay, so what we need to do here is to HQ. Okay, so radio equipment. Well, that's the support battalion one. Let's see. Now that we did the infantry thing, can we? Okay, we did that. Now let's let this go a day or so here. And, oh no, it is there. Okay, just make sure. Okay, so now we can do that. Now we can come over here. That too. But now we could do all divisions need. Okay, yes, I want to do this 75 days. War was kind of lost when the U.S. bombers appeared over Germany. The war is lost for Germany, shall we say. That's what we're talking about. Once it becomes a war of attrition. Okay? That's my basic take on it. Because if in 1940, at the roughly start of 1940, if that is a war of attrition between the British Empire, and your Commonwealth or whatever, but some of it is more Commonwealth, some of it's more Empire, but you know what I'm getting at, and the French Empire, because although there is not like lots of manufacturing out in Indochina or something, but there may be harvesting hardwoods that are going into rifle stocks or other aircraft frames or something like that, or food or some Vietnamese manpower that can be, whether for labor or for military use, can be used. So if it's the French Empire and the British Empire in a war of attrition with the German Empire, because it's got Austria and it's got Czechoslovakia, and in 1940 it's also got Poland and whatnot. The Franco-British alliance is going to defeat the German Empire, because Italy's yet to get into it. That's why I'm not calling it the Axis really at this point. And so it's going to be, if it's a war of attrition. Now, if it's a war of what I call maneuver and decision, Germany, with its use of its radios, and its better organized up motorized forces, just at the Battle of Arras, late in 40, wherever Arras is, and Ames, no, Arras is, right around in here. The Battle of Arras, de Gaulle is using the French 1st Armored Division that's ever been created, and it isn't even fully ready to go fight, and he's using it. So, just purely on an organizational level of the radios and the motorization training, Germany is now, Britain is basically up equal to Germany there on radios and motorized divisions, and trained up and organized motorized divisions, but there's just not enough of them, and they're dealing with the French. So so you have this whole thing that the just on those sort of decision points alone, you have the German victory, in my opinion, over France. The motorization and radios, and so it can be a war of maneuver and decision. Once it becomes attritional, like on the Eastern Front, or I would say in North Africa, either facing off with Monty, once it becomes attritional, you're no longer fighting in a war of decision. You're now fighting the first and second battle of El Alamein, which the first battle is Germany attacking Montgomery's defensive line. The second battle is Montgomery, counterattacking and pushing out. And then you later have the I don't know if you want to call it the Battle of Tunisia, with Monty coming from sort of the south and Patton coming from the west, and that. And sure, there are tactics and maneuvers and whatnot. It's not purely lining up soldiers and and firing machine guns at them from each side, and who can make the most soldiers or the most bullets or whatever. There are tactics involved, absolutely, but it becomes a war of attrition. Now in North Africa, it's not really so much a war of it. I mean, we can ultimately call it that, but not so much a war of attrition of supply production, but of Americans and the British getting ammo and weapons to the battlefield, and the Germans and the Italians at that point, but yeah, getting weapons and ammo to the battlefield. If you could put down another 2 or 3 battalions of Tiger tanks, not that they necessarily had that many more Tiger tanks at that point, and if you had all the aircraft, you could keep all the stuff flying here, and the gas and the ammunition better than the Americans, the Germans are going to win, here in this theater. And once it's determined that through mostly like American production and American logistics, that no matter how, even if you weren't bombing Germany's factories, the the British are also significantly helping too. I don't, the Commonwealth, I don't want to downplay that too, but it's the primary one is the American production capability. They're going to win. I mean, even if you just don't do bombing, you transfer all those aircraft production into CAS aircraft, into fighter aircraft, and battlefield frontline operations. Even if you don't do that, the Americans are going to win, even though the American factories weren't bombed and the German ones were. But once it goes to a war of attrition, now you can look at 1941, if Germany can knock out the Soviet Union through a maneuver and decision, or if if the Germans had put in enough effort in the Mediterranean to knock the British out of the Mediterranean, and then if the Germans have internal supply and logistics lines, so that even though the Americans are producing so many more everythings, but at the point of landing, whether it's at Normandy or Calais or down here, Bordeaux, but if Germany is able to rapidly concentrate more munitions, more guns, more soldiers than the Americans can at that one point in time, the Germans can win. The original concept, as my understanding, was it was going to be a hammer and anvil setting. So you're going to have the Normandy landings up here. That was sort of the hammer. And the anvil landings down here very shortly after. Well, they don't have enough landing craft. And I don't know whether it's so much Higgins boats or the big LSTs, enough of them available to do the same thing, both at the same time. They just don't. And so America can't land, say, 3 big forces along the Atlantic seaboard. If you've closed up the Mediterranean, they can't land at Normandy, somewhere Calais or Ostend or whatever, and Norway. They can't land all at the same time. They don't have the logistics capability to do all of that at the same time. they might keep building towards it, but still, if Germany can build. So Germany only needs to be able to defeat the significant landings, and it can hold out. And we see the ability of non-nuclear strategic bombing is very effective, but is not a sole war winner. The Germans do go build factories under mountains, to a point that, they build enough. If they really need to, they can keep the bombers from winning. So you're absolutely right that by the time the American bombers are appearing over Germany, it's also just the American production of ships, of trains, running supplies around America, or sending trains to the Soviet Union, or productions of weapons and bombs. That's all pulling on it, and the strategic bombing campaigns are just one facet of it. So I get your point, and yeah, like war in Ukraine is now a war of attrition, absolutely. And so I would define, an insurgency war is a war by definition of attrition, where a coup, and it can be in essence insurgents, meaning not a military coup of its civilian government or a military coup of one faction of the military over another coup or something, but could be a communist cell or something that comes in and does a coup against the government. That would be a war of maneuver and decision, in that you're capturing the president and the vice president in the capital, and it's over, we've won, and it is over, so those are two similar types of wars that are sort of internal struggles, if you will, coups and a standard guerrilla insurgency or terrorist insurgency that is attriting on the, if nothing else, on the morale of the people in the state, if not attriting on, effectively on, bullets and whatnot, because you can just demoralize your enemy by planting enough landmines, and soldiers don't want to walk anywhere because they're going to get their foot blown off, things like that, even though they may have plenty of bullets to shoot at the enemy. Ukrainians blew up the railways to China. I didn't know that they did that. IKB. I'd love to see on our Discord server. Hey, everybody, you can check out the website or the YouTube channel. There is a link to our Discord server. I'd love you to post an article about specifically that the Ukraine's blowing up Russian railways to China. I know they have been doing railways in and around the theater, whether technically in Ukraine or other, Crimea or just other cross-border type operations. I do believe they've been doing a little bit of that. I know they have been doing it down into, sort of South Ukraine in Russian-occupied territories. They've been doing at least some sabotage-type raids of some sort going down there. But I'd love to see. Don't post it here. Just post it in the Discord server if you can. IKB, I'll read it later. Or watch it if it's a video link. But yeah, people can check that out. So Germany cannot win a world war, when there's enough other enemies. Now, if the next World War III, Germany is allied with America and Britain and France against somebody like a Russia and China, and Japan is also allied with American and France and Germany, and Germany might be on a side of a world war that it wins, but it won't be the leading nation of that faction. If Germany is the strongest nation in its faction that's going to a world war, it will lose. I think that would be a good way to put it. But if it's one of you got France, Britain, Germany, the United States, Japan, if I didn't say, but you get that core group of modern Western industrialized nations, and it doesn't go nuclear. That can be nuclear. I don't know whether you would call that a war. Depends on how it plays out. If you get a good first strike in and blow everything up, and the enemy doesn't fire back, it's not really a war of attrition. But if you're launching 5 missiles a day and they're launching 5 missiles a day and see who lasts longer, that would probably be a war of attrition. I don't know, how a nuclear war would play out. But if it's going to be a non-nuclear world war, which I think we might face that, war of production, a war of, and we are, this may come back to bite me, and I've talked to people that, we're in not necessarily a kinetic or violent world war. No, we're not in a world war right now. Not even nonviolent. Because, I almost said something I shouldn't say. Nation states, not every nation state against every other nation state, but nation states are always in a mode of conflict, shall we say. And it may not be of shooting at each other. It may be all propaganda and, legal battles and diplomatic negotiations, who can fish where around, the North Sea? Can China come in just out here and, in the middle of the North Sea outside of anybody's territorial waters and just fish or not? Or the Dutch and the Danes and the Norwegians and the Scottish and the English, and who gets the fish in the North Sea, and nations nations that are generally even friendly with each other, like I'm saying, maybe not so much China, but these others, they're always in a bit of a perhaps a bit risky with nuclear Krieg, yes, absolutely. So nations are always doing that, and then you've got nations like China and North Korea that have a long-standing conflicts that are going on. But I'm really not going to world war right now, that we're in it. May come back and bite me, but the world war does and doesn't start with either the Peking Bridge incident. I'm forgetting the thing here in 1937, or in 1936 in Spain. These are both individual contained wars. Now, Spain gets over before the outbreak of the major war, and China is still going on. And these, I would say, are prequel wars that either get over but contribute to, or still going on once the World War breaks out. I would say more or less the World War starts, September 39, when the Polish and, the invasion of Poland. It's definitely the World War by December 1941 when America comes into it. Because prior to that, Japan is at war with China and doing lots of bombing and attacking and military stuff with China, but they're not involved in the fight against the Europeans, or the Europeans on European warfare, war of Germany and Italy versus France and Britain, or Britain alone, or Russia getting involved, before December 7th. So it's two separate wars. And yes, the world is, quote unquote, at war, and that Japan is fighting in Asia and these other things. But it really only becomes a real actual coordinated, however well or unwell, depending on what elements of what factions you're talking about. But World War II really is World War II once, and it's not just that America is in it. It's that, and that's part of it, because if America and most of the non-European possessions, I'm not talking about like, Commonwealth places like Jamaica or French colony islands out here, but, the rest of Latin America, if the Americas are really not in the war, it is not a world war. I know Canada would have been in it, Commonwealth, but without that, it could be a world war even if the United States stays out of it. But Mexico, Canada, and a bunch of other countries get into whatever thing. But once it really sort of takes the Americas to actively be in it, because Germany sinks a Mexican oil tanker, whatever, Mexico eventually jumps in, and then later, Brazil and Chile and some of the other smaller countries all jump into the war. Some of them stay neutral because there's no point in them joining the war. Some of them are just like Brazil does send like a battalion or something to Italy eventually, but a lot of it is just to get American aid and have a few American air bases or patrol bases off, for the battle of, I don't know what you'll call it, the Central Atlantic or something. But they're not really in wartime measures, other than, if any, hardly at all. but they're getting American aid and, being on the right side of the being on the victorious side, if you will. So, you know, so yeah, so I don't think we're in a world war yet, but we might have put this. Okay, thank you, IKB. I will be taking a look at that. So now, like I say, there are wars going on, and not all of the wars are lots of fighting, because you don't have any fighting over Taiwan, but you have a lot of maneuvers of various nations. And you have almost kind of fighting in which you're shooting water cannons that are deadly level water cannons by Chinese national, quote unquote, Coast Guard, but a national state operated vessel at a Philippine national state operating vessel is doing resupply missions. And these water cannons could be deadly enough to kill somebody directly, or because these are shipboard firefighting cannons, which are very powerful, I'm told, or just knock somebody over that could, hit their head on something. These aren't just these are more than a regular fire hose. These aren't just like little annoyance hoses, or it could capsize the vessel, or could, knock somebody off the ship. And even if they do swim, getting knocked out by the water cannon, it may knock your breath out and whatever else out, and you never get back to recovery to be able to swim and, save yourself. You may drown. So, is that a kinetic war? Well, they're using water cannons and they're using ship ramming tactics. So almost, kind of, a little bit, but there really hasn't been proper war breaking out between these nations. We're seeing, warfare by other means, diplomacy, politics, and, annoyances. Recently, there was an attack on Australia, and one of the Discord friends I want to talk with about, because he's in the Australian Navy. I don't want to out him now, but there was an Australian ship in Japanese economic zone waters, not inside the 12-mile territorial limit, but in the economic zone waters, I think up here, but one of the places, but very close to Japan, not, tooling around off the Chinese coast. And it got its propeller caught in a fishing net, that was just adrift or something. And they had divers in the water, and the Chinese vessel, Coast Guard, I believe, or maybe Navy. I think it was a Chinese Navy, but I'm not sure. Comes up nearby, and they quickly raise, flags that say divers, international, symbols for divers in the water, stay back. And they get on the radio and tell that, don't come close and don't use your sonar to the Chinese. And the Chinese are responding to the radio, and that they know that they were listening to. But the Chinese captain turns on his sonar and does physical damage to I don't know how bad, but does physical damage to the divers in the water, because that sound wave hits them close enough. We're not talking, 10 miles away or something, that the sonar is traveling through the water that might be damaging. I don't know, but probably not. But close enough, very close by, is damaging. They had to very rapidly get those divers out of the water, and kept harassing it. And so that is, it's, there's still the mystery of what happened to some of the diplomats American diplomats in Cuba, with some sort of beam attack at them, and who was doing it. I don't know if it's publicly known for sure. We suspect the Russians, or somebody was firing microwaves at the embassy, or some of the embassy buildings or staff or whatever. But yeah, this was a direct. I know it's sort of a deniable. Oh, we were just using our sonar to see what was down there. Bullshit kind of covering. But it was a type of physical attack using sound through the ocean waters on a Australian national naval vessel, not just some merchant or something, and not, in what is least, and including an agreement that China has signed that recognizes that it is Japanese economic zone waters, that, yes, they have free passage over, but they don't have their use rights, like fishing or, deep sea drilling or whatever. And so, yeah, that there was attack. So that isn't quite being at war, but it is, conflicts and trying to push navies out of areas and whatnot. So We might be heading towards a world war, but I would not say we are in it yet. So, okay, on that note, I think we will end this here. I want to thank everybody, IKB, or the new IKB, if you know who the old one is, I don't know. Beam Slam, Extreme Finger, if you're still around. Who else may be? Turn Low, still here. Some Cyrillic I can't read, sorry. And I don't know, Singing probably isn't still here. Gustav, Marcel, whoever's still around, thank you. Hassan or whoever is still around, thank you for hanging out with me today. Really do appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow for some War Thunder at the basic usual time. And I have not gotten my schedule for Slitherine for the next couple of weeks, but things should be continuing. So hope to see you guys soon. Thanks, everyone. And click.